All right, and we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Encounter Balance. I'm Jeff, and today we have an exciting game here going on. We are going to be playtesting a Point of Inspiration's Subari setting that they have put out. It is like an Arabian, kind of like a 1001 Arabian Nights themed world. A lot of really cool flavor and a lot of really cool mechanics that they've put into that. We're going to be giving them a little bit of a test drive here. Seeing, just kind of trying to feel out some of the race and class options, some of the alternate actions, some of the different stuff that they put in there. So it should be a lot of fun. It should be pretty interesting to see kind of how it plays out. I've had the fortune of playing in 2 play tests so far as a player, so I'm looking forward to getting on the other end of it here as a DM and seeing how it feels to run the game itself. But before we get too far into it here, I'll go ahead and let my players introduce themselves here. If you have anything that you want to plug, any channels or games or products or anything like that that you have, feel free to go ahead and get all that out here. And we'll go ahead and start with Keel.
Hey guys, my name's Keel. Don't have anything to plug. A little bit nervous. It's my first time playing in a live game, but I've played with Jeff before, and he's a great DM. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and looking forward to getting in and testing out this Subari business. It looks really awesome, and I had a lot of fun even just creating my character. So should be good fun.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's good to have you back in a game. It's always a fun time. So, Rory, how about you?
Hi. Yeah, I don't have anything to plug either, but I've had the pleasure of playing with Jeff in another Subari playtest, but have never had the pleasure of experiencing his DMing. So looking forward to tonight and having a lot of fun in Subari and the other games. So excited to keep playing.
Awesome. And how about Jonathan?
I'm new to Jeff's DMing too. I've never played a game with him. But as far as stuff to plug, actually, me and my home group, we're recording a D&D podcast. It's called the Cake Cast. Follow us at Cake Cast on Twitter. It's just getting off the ground, so we've only got like 2 episodes recorded, but it's a lot of fun. I think you guys will enjoy it.
Awesome, yeah. And if you want to like PM me a link, I'll put it in the description after the game, so anybody who watches it afterwards can check it out. All right, and with all the introductions out of the way here, we'll go ahead and just get right into the game. The 101 Nights of Subari. It is an event, a yearly occurrence, where the inhabitants of Subari go out for those 101 nights and become adventurers. They travel and journey in hopes of finding something new and wondrous, something grand and exciting that hasn't been discovered yet in the desert sands, in hopes that they will be granted a wish at the end of it by the same Marid that granted the boy of the myth, the origins of Subari itself, a wish so many years ago. The 101 nights are nearing their close. The 100th night is turning into the dawn of the 101st day. There is merely less than a day's time before the judgment of their discoveries, of all the adventurers' discoveries, will be cast and wishes granted. Some have laid claim to their discoveries already in hopes that it's enough to be worthy of a wish. But not everybody has such a claim yet. Our band of adventurers here is one such group. You've journeyed and wandered for those 100 long days and nights in hopes of something wondrous, but nothing wondrous have you found yet. But on this dawn of this last day, your last shot at finding something that might earn you that wish that you so desperately desire. You see a ruins of an old palace on the horizon of the spanning dunes of the desert. If anything is going to give you this last hope, you hope that this place will be the one that gives it to you. That something noteworthy, that something incredible might be buried in that old ruined palace, and that you might be the first to have stumbled across it. As dawn breaks on the desert sands, we come across our three adventurers riding on camelback or on foot, whichever they prefer, towards this ruin. Jonathan, I want you to go ahead and describe your character and tell me what's going through their mind right now as they're approaching this crumbled, ruined palace.
Ekram is he's average build for a human. He's not particularly old, but he seems wise beyond his years. Shaven head, beard reaching down to his midsection, heavily oiled and black as coal. He wears robes that were once deep crimson, but from the light of the desert have faded to an almost bright pink. As they approach this ruined palace, he is on camelback. His mind is just reeling with the pressure and anxiety of what this means to be on the 101st day of this entire ordeal without having found nothing. So he's just like working that through his mind at this moment.
Awesome. And Keel, go ahead and describe your character as well, and tell me what his thought process is right now as they approach this palace.
So Hazir, he looks almost human, but he's not quite. His skin's a sort of hue of blue, and he seems to sort of shimmer every now and then, as the mirages do. And he's incredibly tall. He's 7+ feet tall, standing well above his two companions. And he doesn't seem to leave footprints as he's walking alongside his companions. And as the sun is casting across of three companions, only two of them appear to be casting a shadow. And he's thinking to himself, as they come across this palace, this ruin, his heart skips a beat. This is the final night, and this is not the first time he's participated in the 101 nights. And he desperately needs this wish. So he is hoping beyond hope that there's something hidden in here that will be worthy.
Awesome. That was awesome. And Rory, go ahead and tell us about your character and what he's thinking right now.
Hatar is a pretty large man. He keeps his hair cut really short. He used to be a raider, and this wish was supposed to be his way out. And he's becoming increasingly desperate to avoid returning to that life. He's dressed pretty shabbily. Most of his clothes are torn and old. The only thing he has that's worth anything at all is a spear that he stole a very long time ago that he's managed to keep clean And Christine, it's not a wealthy man's spear, but it's a good spear. And he holds that by his side with his shield from his other hand, and he stands there almost resigned to the idea that there'll be nothing here, but desperate to make something out of nothing.
Awesome. And as the three of you move across the desert, the trail of two footprints and two shadows for three people, casting kind of an what would be an eerie sight if the Jan weren't as well known through Subari as they are. And it appears as though you'll have maybe about a 30-minute to an hour trek before this ruin on the horizon comes towards you. If there's anything you'd like to say to each other or do in character, or any abilities or anything that you'd like to use, you will have a quick moment to do so if you desire.
So here we are.
Walk with caution as we get closer. There may be traps from ancient days when this palace was in operation. Security measures.
There is often more to fear than just traps in ruins such as these. Tread
Yeah.
lightly.
Like that they're empty.
And with that, Hazir just looks over at Hatar, just with this deadpan look, like that. This cannot be empty. And just turns back and keeps striding towards it.
Ever the optimist.
And as the perhaps grim silence falls dead after that conversation, perhaps the tension of this last day already grating on some, the ruin grows ever closer. And the closer you get, the closer that you can see how beautiful this place must have been. It's faded, cracked, and crumbling. But even through its wear and tear, you can see what must have been a grand and beautiful structure. And as you approach the ruin, finally after the journey comes to a close in front of the doors, you see a large set of metal double doors that are closed at the mouth of this palace. They look rusted and worn, chipped in some places. But they stand there in front of you. What would you guys like to do?
Hatar would kind of look up at the sky and just start tracking the sun and looking like he's thinking about something, and just says, "You know, this is it. We're not making it anywhere else, and this is our last shot. There's either going to be something in there worth going home with, or there isn't. But what are we going to do? Should we kick it in?"
I'd like to actually sort of call upon my wealth of lore and see if I know anything about the history of this place.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a history roll.
That's an 11.
So you don't know what this place specifically is, but you can tell by the way that it's constructed. Like, it seems a little strange that like this palace looks as though it were built for a king or a prince or a princess, somebody of high important status who rules, for them to reside in over their city or their place of rulership. But this ruined palace is the only ruins that you see around you. So it would be a little off-putting to you, given your knowledge of different places and typical structure, that this place would be standing here alone.
Hazir sort of gazes up at these huge doors and is sort of having a good look around at this front. Sorry about that. Neighbour's cat. Sorry. He's looking over the frontage of this and looking up and above and around and trying to sort of see if there's a landing up above or anywhere that he might be able to climb to or get to other than the front door.
So as Zir's eyes kind of cast upwards at the structure, again, for kind of the way that it's built, you would expect some sort of balcony or upper landing or side entrances. But the more that you kind of cast your look around, the more you just see the crumbling walls and the crumbling roof up above. And there seems no sign of any sort of balcony or any sort of even window up above.
Okay.
Other than the space left by the fallen away roof and walls.
Perfect. Hazir thinks to himself, perfect. And without sort of looking back at his companions, he sort of rests his walking staff up against one of the walls and puts his hands out down by his sides, and the sands start to swirl around him a little bit, as if the air is coming down and pushing down and around him, and he lifts off the ground. He has a fly speed of 15 feet. So wanting to sort of go up and sort of see if he can just sort of have a look, if there's any big enough gaps from the roof falling in, to just have a look and see if he can see anything.
And as he lifts up into the air, propelled by his power, this mirage ability that he's born with, you can peer through some of the cracks and small holes in the wall above the door. And you would see, kind of through the small bit of sunlight that's peeking through those holes and cracks, a pathway leading from where you presume is the door right underneath you, and kind of just like an arched hallway that proceeds forward for probably about another 20 or 30 feet. And then a second, smaller, much less ornate door at the end of that hallway. Seems like there's kind of like an entryway at the mouth of the palace here that you can see easily.
Hatar, while this is happening, is just kind of down there feeling the door, thinking about how hard it would be to actually kick it in and hoping it comes to that.
So as Hatar touches the door, what you would expect to be hard iron or steel gives away like sand and crumbles underneath your hand.
So sorry, guys. He would kind of, I guess, step back and try to pull his hands out of this sand.
Yeah, and you can see where he had just put his hand down, like a large hole missing in the door now that's literally just crumbled away as if the door were made of sand.
So Hazir's intention was to just sort of scope it out. So he does land as this is sort of happening and sees the door crumbling away. Is it sort of falling out in a dangerous kind of way?
No, it just looks like if you had built something out of sand and put your hand through it. Like part of it's just fallen away in that area.
Interesting. Throwing caution to the wind, Hazir walks up and tries to reach through or see if he can fit through one of the gaps, or try and sort of push aside some more of it to make the hole big enough for him and his companions.
Yeah, and as he pushes through, his hands just easily push more and more pieces of this metal door that just fall away like grains of sand onto the ground. He can easily just kick away or push away as much of the door as he wanted to.
Yeah, I think he would. I mean, being 7.5 feet tall, I think he would just do a couple of big sort of sweeps and probably make enough to just sort of step through himself, and definitely big enough for his companions as well.
While Hazir is doing this, Ekram would actually walk up to like a wall of the palace and sort of test it out to see if it's if it's solid, because the last thing he would want the entire place to just collapse on top of him.
Yeah, as you feel the walls, they seem as sturdy as ancient ruined walls can be, and they're not completely rock solid. It's kind of some give to some of the stones in some places, but it doesn't fall away like the door does, at least.
Hatar would just kind of look at Ekram and just point to his head like, yeah, that's thinking. I'm glad you checked that. And then he would just follow the large John into the temple, into the room.
Yeah, and as Zir pushes away enough sand or metal, it's hard to tell in this case, enough that he can fit through, there's easily enough space for the others to follow if they choose. And as you walk through this hole in the door that you've created, you can see, Hazir, the inside view of what you had just seen from above. This crumbled hallway, the stone underneath is cracked and loose. Cracks and holes in the walls and roofs allow small bits of sunlight to peer in, adding to the sun coming in through the hole that you've created at the front. And this entryway goes on for about 20 or so feet before kind of narrowing down into a single smaller door at the end of the hall.
Hazir lights a torch, and there's a burst of the flame, and the flickering torchlight comes into the hallway, the entryway. Can we see to the end? We can see the door on the other side, yeah?
Yeah, between the sunlight peering in from above and from behind, and the torch now lit, you can easily see the door at the back of the hall. And
Okay.
it's a simple It's a simple door, again made of metal. This one is very plain, very almost barren compared to the ornate, massive double doors at the front.
Torch in one hand, stepping towards the door at the other end of the entryway. Hosea draws his curved blade from its snakeskin scabbard, and pretty confidently, and again kind of throwing caution to the wind in what should be a bit of a death trap, just sort of strides up to the end, and if he makes it there, just touches this door with the edge of his blade, sort of taps on it to sort of see if it's real wood or metal, or if it's more sort of sand.
Yeah, and as the blade makes a dull clang against the metal door as it contacts solid metal, and it does seem to be so.
Akram, seeing him just like stroll nonchalantly down this hallway, just blanches and then quickly scans the hallway for any sort of like traps or anything.
Yeah, and as you scan the hall, other than the bits of dust and sand that have been kicked up by him just strolling right on through this ancient hall, nothing seems to be amiss, perhaps to your surprise.
Hatar kind of he would have froze for a moment and gotten ready, but then when nothing happened, grow quickly bored and kind of let his spear drop a little lower and walk forward and start to just more casually look around.
Akram would follow as well. As he's walking along, does he see any sort of like marble-sized stones around? Is there many around?
Yeah, it would be easy to find a piece of cracked flooring stone or a chunk of a wall that's come off that you could easily take. That would be about that size.
Oh, okay. I would like to pick up a handful of those and ready one in my sling.
Yeah, you absolutely can do so.
So after confirming that the door does appear to be real metal, Hosea will actually resheath his scimitar and crouch down. To see if there's a lock of some kind, and if it's low enough, then he'll crouch down to start sort of inspecting it. And he doesn't have a set of thieves' tools, but he does have a long, thin dagger that he sort of pulls out as he starts looking around with the torchlight.
Yeah, and the door is like as close to just a bare slab of metal as you can be. Like you look for any lock or mechanism or anything like that, and it looks as though you could just push it open.
So I imagine it then as he's sort of crouching down, looking to see if there is maybe some kind of hidden locking mechanism or something. He's sort of tapping with the tip of his thin dagger, and he sort of leans against it a little bit, and it sort of, would it fall in a little bit, Jeff, or?
I imagine it would maybe creep just like a half inch forward or so as he's kind of tapping along. And something that you would see as that happened that might surprise you is sunlight peeking in from the other side of the door, or at least very bright light of some sort.
Would Hatar be able to see this behind him?
Yeah, absolutely. All three of you would be able to see, just like on the very kind of thin edge where the door has been slightly pushed, light beginning to peek through.
So he would just, I think, respond in the most literal way and just, what? How do we get turned around already? We've gone 50 feet.
And Azir just kind of rolls his eyes to himself. But he is very curious. What is this? It's not the sunlight. This is no. We've not been turned around. And he tries to push the door open, or maybe he pauses a little bit and sort of actually does look back to his companions and just goes for it and just pushes it, gives it a good push to see if he can, open it a lot more.
And as you push, the door easily swings wide, easily clearing around the other side of the wall and clanging against the wall on the other side. And what you see on the other side is shocking. It's the crumbling walls and faded corridors open wide to a beautiful and astounding courtyard. Just marble pillars with gold linings, a clear open sky where sunlight pours in from above. In stark contrast to the complete ruin and decay that you saw before you, lies this almost oasis-like, enchanting almost room. And in the center of the courtyard, unmistakable, the first thing that you would see almost is a large statue made entirely of jade. And that statue is depicting what looks like a man of some sort in a wide flowing cloak with a high collar and a mask that appears to look like the face of a stag beetle that comes up above his face. And that's the scene that lays before you.
Are we dead?
Could it be? Just ignoring that comment.
Ekram would actually like to glance backwards at the hallway we just came through, and then back at this scene. And is there any way that he can suss out whether or not ported somewhere else, or if this scene or the hallway are illusory in some way?
Yeah, and as you kind of gaze back and forth, it's almost like when you have completely black dark storm clouds that just end halfway in the sky. Just on one side is beautiful, magnificent courtyard, on the other side is just complete ruined and crumbled, decaying hall. But go ahead and if you want to give me some sort of intelligence roll, if any skill that you think would make sense, then you can absolutely do so.
So I went with Arcana and I rolled a 21.
So you definitely get the sense that, of course, there's definitely a magical presence to this place that begins at the gateway of the door leading into this room. It doesn't seem like either of them is fake, though. The crumbled hall that came in is actually crumbled and broken, and this courtyard is actually magnificent and beautiful. But something is keeping this part beautiful where the hallway is not, and the outside is not.
After taking in this scene, Hazir actually is a bit, I won't say overcome, but he becomes quite joyful, quite celebrating too early. Basically, he's like, yes, because he's so desperate to find something worthy that he's starts backslapping his companions and and sort of forgets himself a little bit. This may be it, my friends. There must be something here. Look at this place.
Let us not celebrate too early, Hazir. We have merely found a place under some sort of ward is all.
I think Kantar would kind of do like a long, like a little. He'd go through a couple of motions. He'd be totally caught up with you for a second, and just saying, "Yeah, yeah." I mean, it can't be anything this nice with that. I've never seen anything this nice that somebody wasn't guarding. And he'd start kind of looking around like, this is too good to be true.
And as you kind of scan the room, a couple more things that you kind of notice. At the foot of the statue, that the statue sits on a pedestal, maybe about 3 feet high. And at the base, on top of the pedestal, at the feet of this statue figure, lies this stand made of this black, looks like almost like black marble, inlaid with sapphires. And on top of it lies a scimitar that looks as if it were made out of pure gold. It's inlaid with these orange garnet stones that seem to depict almost what look like almost like a language, but it's nothing that you've seen or understand, that rests at the foot of this statue.
I think Atar, being in this kind of cautious state, would like almost leap towards it, like rush in that direction, but catch himself and he's just back again on edge. He's always wary of the other foot dropping.
Hosea moved towards it as well, but unlike Qatar, doesn't pause, and so he sort of overtakes him on his way over to inspect this, the scimitar in particular, this wondrous artifact of some kind. Could I roll a history to see if it's anything I've heard in stories or anything like that, Jeff?
Yeah, any check that you think would make sense here, go ahead and let me know.
I got a 13 on history.
So you've heard tales, not of this sword in particular, but of the language that these garnet gems inlaid onto the sword seem to depict. And it's not something that you know deeply. It's not even something that you can necessarily understand by reading it. But you've heard tales of this language, this ancient, long dead language that's been around hundreds, if not thousands of years before you guys now. And you would just know that whatever inscribed this, it was either written by somebody with an extraordinary, unheard of knowledge, or by somebody what must be centuries ago.
Ekram, seeing that the way seems to be safe, he sidles up next to Hazir, and he would actually like to take a minute and use his mystical identification to identify what this sword is.
So since this is a playtest, can you tell me like specifically what that does?
Yes, I got the playtest doc in front of me. It says at 3rd level, I can spend 1 minute using my alchemist tools to identify the properties of poison, perfume, hookah, tea, or mystical item. I learn what the effects they have, if any, what their special ingredients are, what they're made of, and how they work.
So as you study this masterful blade, a couple things stand out just as far as a mundane exploration of it. Though it appears as though it were made of solid gold, a lot of the properties you would associate with gold, as being unfit for weaponry or combat materials, for it being too soft for that. This blade seems sturdier than any that you've seen. And something else that you would notice as you were working with it is that the tools that you would use to try to study it would become insanely hot as you use them. You'd have to take frequent breaks even to make any progress as your tools melt and begin to heat up under contact with the blade.
Well, whatever this is, I recommend not touching it.
Hatar, I think, would just be kind of walking around the vicinity, doing sort of an in-depth look around the room. I was thinking investigation.
Yeah, so just a couple things just right off the bat that you would be able to see as you kind of begin to walk through the room and survey it from within inside. At the very back of the room, opposite where you would just come in, is a large staircase that leads upwards, probably about 20 or so feet up. Just kind of this long slanted these long slanted steps that go into almost like a circular, almost looks like a tunnel at the top of the stairs that go further deep in. And on the left and right sides of the room, on either side, there's a door. One door is inlaid in sapphire in the shape of a snowflake, and the other door is inlaid with garnet in the shape of a flame.
Could I try to? I think my character would look at those garnets and sapphires and just immediately break out this sort of broken dagger that he carries with him, and just try to pry one out really quickly.
Which one? Which side?
I'd say he'd try to pry out a sapphire, I think.
So, as you kind of lean in towards the door, if you were to put your hand up onto the door to try to like get a grip to put the dagger in to try to pry one of these sapphires loose, you'd feel the door would be chilly to the touch, almost freezing, as if it were made of ice.
To which I would pull my hand back immediately, and kind of step back and kind of look, and my head over my shoulder, and just there's always something when there's something that nice around. I tell you, every time. So he just would then say to Hazir, who's not working on the blade, come take a look at this door for a second.
And Hazir, he may have been just visually inspecting the other door with the garnet in the shape of a flame, and maybe just sort of starting to reach out his hand towards it when he sees or hears that that Hatar touches this other door and calls him over, and sort of snaps him out of almost touching the other door. And so Hazir comes over and says, "What is it?"
This door is freezing. It's like there's a. I've never seen a place that cold. So I can't describe it.
And as he was doing with the other door, he starts sort of reaching his hand towards it. And even without touching it, Jeff, would it feel cool, like nearby, like sort of frosty chill, or?
Yeah, you could definitely feel kind of a frost to it, kind of almost emitted by it, as you would if you were to put your hand close enough to it. You could definitely feel that cool sensation kind of radiating off of it.
And he looks over, looks back up at Hazar. This is curious. Fire, gestures to the door with the ruby, and ice, gestures to this door. Gather our friend. We have a decision to make. And so, did I hear you correctly, Jeff, that this is not right near the statue and the blade? This was up the stairs, is that right?
So this is the ice door is on the left side of. So if the picture that we were looking at was like where you guys entered from, the back would be stairs, the left would be ice, and the right would be fire.
Gotcha. Okay. And the statue's down that end as well, yeah?
The statue is in the dead center of the courtyard.
Yeah.
Like where the
Okay.
fountain would be in that picture.
Yeah, so I think, Hazir would maybe just call over to Ekram. Just call out his name. Ekram. See if it gets his attention.
Ekram, having finally cooled down his alchemist tools, he on these tools, so for them to be damaged in any way would ruin his entire week. So he, being satisfied that they're sufficiently cooled down, he'll call out his name and then follow them up the stairs.
So if you were to go up the stairs, you would see a long circular tunnel that would go further deep into this place, probably another about 15 feet. And the back of it is it looks just like a circular slab of metal. Just the hallway just kind of abruptly ends at. And on the circle is a symbol of the same stag beetle mask that the statued figure has in the sculpture. And down the center of the circular, kind of like a small jagged waving line, looks as if this metal disc that's just the hallway just ends at, it looks as if it was two halves welded together down a center seam that seems to block the way forward. And on the curving arch roof just above this disc is an inscription. And contrary to the words on the scimitar at the front, you can read these. And the inscription says, "Only the Ifrit's binding blade can illuminate those lost in smoke and shade."
It seems I've gone the wrong. I'll make my way back over to Flipper because I said it the wrong way.
A riddle. Great. And Hazir would pull out, would just repeat over and over the that inscription to try and memorize it. And if either of his companions are still up the stairs, they're with him. As he's repeating that, he sort of then mutters to himself, "So 3 dead ends, okay, and a riddle." If the guys have gone back down the stairs to sort of that crossroads, then he'll head back down there as well to discuss with them, try and figure out And so, sorry, Jeff,
Yeah.
it was only the Ifrit's binding blade can illuminate.
Yep, I put it in the Hangouts chat.
Oh, sorry, mate.
No worries. Yeah, so there's an ice door, the fire door, and this metal disc at the end of the stairs. And then the statue and the scimitar in the center of the courtyard.
Well, it seems obvious to me that we need to somehow brandish that blade and pry open that metal door. But obviously, it is too hot to the touch to be able to do so.
Hatar would say, "Are you sure? Have you grabbed it?"
As he grins.
I hold up my alchemist tools, which are still like sooty from the heat coming off of the blade, just to look at him.
Hatar would, I think he would say, "Who would bother making such a sword if you couldn't hold it?" And he would put his hand on the sword.
As your hand touches the hilt, you would immediately, as per Ekram's warning, feel a blast of heat and searing pain run across your hand.
He would.
And you're
Oh,
going to
sorry.
take 2 points of fire damage
2 points fire damage.
as it burns your hand. And something else that happens as your hand touches the blade, in addition to the pain, as your eyes kind of forcibly close from the shock, you see suddenly, instead of the blackness behind the eyelids, you see the statued figure that stands above the blade, but it's not the statue. You see the actual person that it was just flash in your mind for an instant, barely half a second. Just that image of that stag beetle mask made of pure white and this flowing cloak.
So I would be obviously, pulling my hand back, and I think even possibly kind of walking over towards the cold door to put my hand on it to cool it down. I would just kind of look back and say, "You're right. You were right. I'll give you that. You were right. But I did see something. I don't know what it means. But I saw the man on that statue. He wasn't no statue."
What do you mean you saw him? And starts looking around. Where did you see him?
In that eye in your mind thing that people are always talking about. In my head.
What was he doing?
And he would try to describe it, but I don't think he would be quite getting it right. He would just he was I don't know, he was standing there, and I could barely pay attention, to be honest.
And you saw him when you touched the blade?
It's got to be his or something.
Curious.
Ekram would like to actually take a closer look at that statue, see if it's depicting anything that jogs his memory.
So you kind of take a glance at the statue. again, between the script on the sword and just kind of the scenery before you, it's hard to really get a complete sense of what this story is. You know, the language that you've never even seen, it's so ancient, would seem to suggest that this place is older than your historical knowledge might suggest. At least the statued figure, you know, some of the architecture seems reasonable, but just something about it seems hard to place within time.
This does not sit well with Ekram at all. Like, you two can physically see him like recoil at this that it's something that he may not know anything about.
What is it? Did it move? The statue? And Azir rushes over and sort of looking between Ekram and the statue to try and sort of figure out what made him visibly recoil. And his eyes sort of linger over on the statue, and he inspects it himself, and it's probably has a similar kind of feeling, like just that deep, terrible feeling, but it's overshadowed by his desperation to try and get the most out of whatever this place is, and try and get that wish after this final day of the 101 nights. So I think putting that all together and wanting to just get more info, he strides over and places his own hand on the golden blade as well, trying to pick it up, but presumably gets knocked back.
And you would feel the same rush of heat and pain as your hand burns on the blade for 2 points of fire damage. And you two, for just a split second, see this image of this man that the statue depicts. Instead of the jade carving of the statue, the mask is pure white. It almost looks like it was cast from porcelain or something of that nature. And the flowing wide cloak and collar are black with this sapphire blue lining. And you just see this image of this person standing there, almost as if looking into past your eyes into your soul for a moment, in this brief moment that it flashes into your mind.
And as unpleasant and painful as it was, it's kind of what he was hoping for. And he comes over to Hatar and says, I saw him too. The white beetle.
Yeah, so I'm not crazy then. That's what you're saying. I'm not crazy.
Well, we both are. It's hard to say.
So,
And then he starts repeating the inscription again, almost like a mantra, with the cadence of the difference. Branding blade and illuminate those lost in smoke and shade. As he sort of rubs his burnt hand. What does it mean? Shall we? And he looks over at the door that he almost touched earlier before he was called over to the sapphire door. If it's related to fire, no?
yeah, but I mean, how are we supposed to illuminate anything if we can't pick it up?
Maybe this is not the Ifrit's branding blade. Perhaps it is a red herring. Or perhaps not. But we've both tried touching it. Unless we make our friend Ekram here touch it as well.
He kind of smirks, but shakes his head. No, there's no point.
Same result.
If it gets me out of touching that blade, I believe you too.
So which is it? Seems we have a choice. The way of fire, the way of ice, or the sealed metal door. Shall we vote?
Aye, sounds fair.
And he sort of leans back and folds his arms. He's kind of fancies himself as the guide of the group, at least as far as getting him here, getting the group here. As he's a desert nomad, and that's perhaps why he's involved in the party in the first place as a guide. So he sort of leans back and says, "I will have the deciding vote."
And I would look at Ekram and say, I think it's because we're human. You don't trust us? You don't think we're as smart as the John?
On the contrary, my friends, you know at best how long you will live. It gives you a focus in your life that many Jan cannot hope to have. Or I just wanted to let you decide for once. Or have a say, at least.
Well, okay, to be honest, you're probably right anyway. I don't think I'm the sharpest spear in the toolbox. But let's get on with it. Which way should we go? I vote for the ice, because my hand's burning.
Ekram, having just been listening this entire time and just his eyes darting back and forth from the two of them, just thinking the entire time, he pipes up and says, "I vote for ice as well. We just came out of the frying pan. No need to go into the fire."
Very well. So be it. And having let the two humans have their say, he takes that decision and strides straight over. Caution to the wind again, and if nothing else, for a little bit of relief as well, presses his branded hand against the cooling door, partly to just cool it down and get a bit of relief, and partly to sort of test it and see if it's going to open if he turns the handle or anything like that.
Yeah, and as you push on this door, it definitely has a little bit more weight than the plain metal slab at the start that you came through. But you can get a feeling that if you were to just give it a little bit of a push, that you would probably be able to go right through.
And Hazir sort of readies himself and is just about to put his weight into it, and he pauses and steps aside. Atar, my human friend, please do the honors.
So Hatar would quickly stand up and walk over and with both hands push the door as hard as he could.
Yeah, and you would feel the cool door give way underneath your push. And almost tauntingly, as the door swings open, you see another corridor. This one, like the one that you entered through, is ruined and cracked and crumbling. And as the hall proceeds, you can see about midway down the corridor and onwards, frost and ice forming on some of the cracking stone walls and ground.
Well, seems like you get what you pay for with this one.
Azir sort of chuckles a bit with his teeth and trying to stop his teeth from starting to chatter as his breath sort of starts curling in the frigid corridor. And he holds up the torch again, trying to sort of squint against the room and to see how far he can see, if there's anything of interest that jumps out.
Yeah, so you see the hallway, after about 30 feet, takes a sharp angle left to what was almost, if you were to think about the building from the outside, almost as if it were to lead back like to the front wall, at least architecturally speaking. But you can just see the ice kind of continue to form as you look down the hallway to that sharp curve.
I'll well lead the way. I'll lead the way, fellas. And he would just take off towards the corner, being more cautious than brazen, but still a little more upfront than everyone else, and just kind of walk out and lean around the corner and stick his head out to see if he can see anything.
And Hazir will keep that gesture going for Ekram to walk up next, and Hazir will follow up behind, holding the torch up for light.
Ekram surprisingly. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Ekram seemed nonplussed by this at all. He was actually almost disappointed when you opened the door and it was just a hallway. He was like, oh, and then just walked along. It's sort of like this isn't his first rodeo, and he was expecting some sort of extra planar door, and he's just sort of like, oh, hallway. It just continues on.
And as Hatar rounds this angle that the hallway meets, followed shortly by Ekram, Ekram would perhaps feel his wish, his slight disappointment shift as the corner is rounded, not to the front of the palace, not to another hallway, but to a vast expanse of snow. You can feel a frigid breeze beginning to pick up and blow towards you across this tundra, this icy wasteland that now sprawls before you. And the first thing that you can see across this snowy, just this snowscape, is a massive sheet, of ice, this huge cliffside made of ice that sprawls upwards about 50 feet in front of you, and 50 feet upwards, if you had to take a best guess.
This definitely seals it for Hazir. He is now 100% convinced that this palace is going to get them a wish. It's just a matter of exploring it thoroughly enough on this last day before time runs out and getting out alive. So he's not really giving the danger the respect it deserves. And again, just sort of strides in, just taken in by this tundra.
Ekram, upon seeing the snow, instantly begins to study it and pulling out his tools and like taking samples of it, because his entire life, and he's only ever read about snow and heard stories of the stuff from travelers from outside of Subari. So he's having a field day. He's just like to himself how water could take on this solid form, and he's very like interested in the snow right now.
And Hatar is just kind of kicking at it with his boots. He just kind of looks over at Hazir and says, like, this is like wet, cold sand, I guess. I don't, too bad we can't bring this back.
Can we not? Hazir scoops up a handful, and presumably it sort of starts melting a little bit in his hand, and he sort of realizes. And forgetting himself again, he just throws a little handful of snow at Hatar. Look at this place. Is this not a wonder?
He would kind of take the snowball and just kind of be like, well, yeah, actually, we can't bring this back. We got to find something better than this. Should we go into it?
It seems that way. It seems we have no other choice. Unless you would like to go back the other way to the fire door.
And Hazir's face sort of comes back to reality a little bit more as he imagines if this is what's in the ice one, or he actually says, if this is what's through the ice door, I think this is the better choice.
I agree with that for sure. I don't even want to know what was over there.
But how vast, I wonder. We have but one day left before the day of wishing. We must hurry. And he strides over towards that cliff.
Ekram would actually like to sort of scan the horizon and see if there's anything else of note other than this icy cliff.
Yeah, go ahead and give me either perception or investigation, whichever you prefer.
And Hatar would follow Hazir.
Into certain death.
I went with perception, and that was a 24.
24. Awesome. So, yeah, as you kind of scan, just your eyes going across the horizon, and up past this cliff and down the other side. Either side, left to right, just seems to trail off into an endless snowscape as far as your vision takes it. But as you kind of scan from left and around back to right to look, you can see it's tough to make out from how far away it is from you here, but there seems to be something at the top of the cliff, some sort of structure.
Ekram will point this out to both Hazir and Hatar, and then he'll like sort of pull his robes around himself and follow alongside them.
So I imagine Ekram had to sort of call out to adjust our course a little bit because we were just heading off in any old direction. And as he does so, as he looks back and sees on the horizon where you're pointing to the structure, and changes course towards that. And again, as with the opening scene, these three figures trudging through the snow, only two of them leaving footprints.
And as the three of you march through the ice and snow, the cliff looming closer and closer, as it kind of starts to set in, if it hadn't already, there's only one way between you and that structure, and that's up.
That's been on Hazir's mind since he first saw it. And as we get to the cliff, if we arrive there uneventfully, Hazir himself is just intending to, again, sort of raise himself up and just sort of gradually fly up, to sort of see if he can get up there and then help a way down, cast something down to help the other two up, or to sort of scan the cliff face to sort of see if there's an easy-ish or a best path for climbing or something like that.
So the cliff itself, it almost seems like it's made entirely of ice, but it's not solid and flat. You know, there's cracks and small ledges. It seems like it wouldn't be impossible to climb up for those who do not have your abilities. But you would feel as if you were to fly upwards. The further up you go, the harsher and more chilling the wind becomes, the more biting it is against you.
As soon as I see him fly up, I'm just going to motion over to Hatar and say, I swear, if I get a wish out of this, I'm making him human.
You're gonna turn a wish into a man with a wish. That'd be a story I'd like to tell.
Stranger things have happened in Subari.
And I guess we cut back to Hazir as he's slowly ascending. And you said, sorry, how high? Jeff is like 300, several hundred feet high, this cliff, isn't it? So
It's pretty large. I'd say probably 150 feet worth of a climb.
So he is struggling as he's getting buffeted by the chill and the ice and the cold up there, and as you said, since this is a playtest, I'll mention one of my mechanical things. As my class, Bedouin, I have, sorry, no, it's my race, the Jan race. One of my racial traits that I have is the land does not harm its children. You're resistant to damage from environmental effects. So I know that this isn't damaging me as yet, but I like to think that gives Hazir that bit of sort of resistance to be able to grit his teeth against this biting cold, despite only wearing just some traveler's clothes. Basically, a light kind of cloak is not equipped or rugged up for this weather. So gritting his teeth against it, he continues to try and ascend to see if he can just make it to the top and see what the options are.
So as you get about halfway up, I'm going to need you real quick to make a wisdom saving throw for me. DC
You
15.
bet. 16.
So as you move higher and higher up, you know, using your flight to push you forward up through the frigid air, you suddenly see, for a quick moment, again in your mind, the statued figure. But this time, it's not the clean, solid, stalwart person that was standing in the last vision. The mask has a crack that runs down the side. The cloak is gone from his person, almost like a shadowy body underneath it. And you can feel the chill go from your body, try to creep into your mind itself, as you feel your thoughts begin to slow for a moment under the ice and this shadowy form that appears inside your head for a moment. But you manage to just barely kind of keep everything moving, body and mind alike, in the cold as the image fades.
And he visibly recoils despite passing the save. I like to think that he actually sort of faltered a bit, and perhaps his companions on the ground, if they could see him from down there, it looked like he might have started to fall. But it didn't last long, and he corrects himself, and almost reluctantly now, reality's sort of setting in again, and almost overtaking his just desperation, but not quite. So he keeps going.
As you continue upwards, eventually your speed and you're trudging through the cold and the ice and the vision, find yourself alone at the top of this cliff. You can see maybe about 30 feet onto the top of this ice shelf that you've now ascended, that stone structure that Ekram had pointed out to you on the horizon from down below. It looks almost like a small circular stone building. It can't be more than 8 feet wide, maybe about 10 feet tall at the most. And coming from the top of this circular cylindrical building are 2 stone stag horns that rise up above it, in the same image that you've seen from this mysterious man and from the statue. And you can see at the mouth of this small building, where the arch that you would expect an entryway to be, is a huge stone slab that covers the entrance.
I am imagining some pretty menacing music right now. He's
Dun, 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 dun.
he's awestruck. Hazir is just taking in this, to him, quite menacing structure, especially with those stag horns, or the stag beetle horns. And yet again, he kind of even says out loud to himself, "Another dead end." And looks down at his companions down there, to see if he can see them and just make sure they're all right, and wondering if they've started making their way up or anything, because there doesn't appear to be anything that he might be able to use to help them.
Yeah. And if you want to go ahead while you're up there, give me a quick perception or investigation.
Yep. That is a 7 on perception.
7. So not too much that you can glean here. The only thing that stands out is that stone slab covering the mouth of this small building. It looks too heavy for you to push alone, but you get a sense, if you were to look with any sort of closeness, that maybe 2 or 3 people might be able to move it.
Very aware that he's not going to be able to do anything up here by himself, and he doesn't want to anyway. He was, now we know what's up here. I think he would actually, he would go back down, fly back down the cliff, try and land as gracefully as he can, and having going up and inspecting what the cliff face looks like on his way up, I suppose. At least that, and knowing what's up there now, that's a little bit more info than we had. So, yeah, want to try and, I guess. So yeah, he would relay what's up there and talk about the stone slab, and that seems like that's the way we have to go. We might be able to move it, all 3 of us.
So Hatar would hear that and kind of look at the cliff and just kind of roll his eyes and, well, fine, if we're going to do it, then I'll do it. And he would take out that broken dagger that he was using before, and he would start using it to try to feel out, basically not to start climbing without Ekram, but just to test out how this will work.
So I hate to jump out of in-game for a moment, but how this is going to work outside of game is, being a playtest, we're going to try out the skill challenge rule set in the Subari playtest. So ascending this ice shelf will be a skill challenge. So basically how that works is I'm going to need everybody to roll initiative, basically as if you were going to be in combat. And you'll basically, instead of taking actions like in combat, you'll pick skills that you'll use to either scope out the situation or take an action to overcome, based off what skills that you have, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the skill, reading through the skill challenges, it looked really interesting. So
Yeah, unfortunately, Azir doesn't exactly have quite the skillful challenge that everybody else will have, given his ability to fly. But at least we'll get to try it out here, a little bit here.
I was imagining that he'd be climbing as well.
Oh, he's gonna climb.
Yeah.
He's gonna bunker down with his friends. All right, perfect. All right, so we will go ahead and get this skill challenge started off then. We are starting off with Akram. So basically how it works you can take an action using one of your skills to try to overcome, which would be in this case to climb. Or if you have any sort of tools, basically anything you can justify a skill roll on. If it makes sense, I'll allow it. You can also take a bonus action to do what's called a setup roll, which means it's typically going to be something like perception or investigation or something like that to basically try to get an idea of how you might be able to best overcome the next segment. And from there, then you can use that to get advantage on your overcoming roll.
Sorry, I got a little bit cut out there. So after the overcome, so it was after the overcoming roll. What was my other option that I could do?
So as a bonus action, you can do a setup roll, which is going to be something like perception or investigation or insight or something like that, to basically try to get an idea of how you might be able to overcome the obstacle that you're on. And if you succeed at the setup, then you get advantage on your overcoming action roll.
Okay, I think I'll do that. I think I'll make a setup roll, and I guess I'll use maybe perception to get sort of like a like an idea of how to overcome this. That was a 12.
Alrighty. Just my playtest documents being weird for a moment here. Oh, one moment. All right, so with a 12, that will be enough to succeed. So I guess just go ahead and describe on how you might, what your perception is doing as far as, how you're trying to use your senses to get an idea of what your course of action might be.
All right, yeah. So over the past, however long it took us to get to the base of this cliff, I've been studying the snow and ice that's been piling up here, and even during even during Azir's climb up to the top, I was studying the cliff face and the ice, and with my perception, I've been like I sort of eyeballed the cliff face, and through this, I've sort of like figured out which handholds are the best ones to like grab onto, which will be slick, which ones will have a good texture to like grip. That's sort of my thinking of how I'm going to get through this.
Awesome, I love it. So yeah, you kind of scan through and you kind of pinpoint a path as far as the part of the cliff that you can see so far, as far as your best way to approach. So basically, how the actual overcome roll will work, you'll pick a skill that you think would make sense. So obviously, like persuasion's not really going to get you very far climbing a cliff, but other skills might. So it's kind of just whatever you think makes the most sense. Just go ahead and describe how you're going to use that skill to actually climb here, and then you can make a roll with advantage since you succeeded.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll use insight in this instance. Sort of like every time I go for a handhold or a foothold, I'll eyeball it just a bit just to make sure, and I'll test my weight on it first before like putting my entire weight on it. And I think that's what I'll use to get through this.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead and make a roll with advantage.
That's a 23.
It is absolutely enough. So basically, this is going to be in like a couple phases. So that's going to get you a good chunk of the way up the cliff. Like you've kind of scouted out, you've gotten a good idea and a feel for where you're going to go, and you go and you test your ideas and your theories as you climb, and it seems to check out so far. And you manage to make your way up a good chunk of the cliff. All right, and that will bring us to Hatar. How is Hatar approaching this?
So Hatar was already up at the wall. He was kind of clinking away at it with his dagger, kind of kicking at it a little with his boots, just trying to get a feel for how soft or hard or how it would break apart under the dagger. And so I guess I would like to use a setup action in that process.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. What do you have in mind?
Basically, he's just gathering the information as to how he's going to be able to use his dagger to wedge it in between cracks and use it to leverage himself up. And if he's satisfied, then he'll know he can use that. And that is a 7.
Yeah, so
sorry.
You kind of, you kind of dig and pick with your dagger, trying to find, and it might just be the spot that you're at. It's hard to kind of tell, but like some ice seems to be giving way easily, some ice doesn't, and like it's hard for you to kind of get a good feel what you're trying to do. So you'll still be able to take a regular action, but you will not have advantage.
Okay, so
Go
he'll
ahead and let me know
basically
what
just
skill that you'd like to use, and narrate how you're going to use that.
Sure. Yeah, I think he'd be using his intuition basically, and he would just be, that would tap into his survival skill. So when his dagger didn't kind of clink in the way he expected, he just kind of shrugs, says, whatever, and just goes for it. And that's a 15 total.
Yeah, that is going to be more than enough as well.
So he'll just...
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so he'll just kind of, not as cleanly as Ekram, but just sort of plodding along, chunk at a time, few feet here, few feet there. He starts making his way up.
Awesome. And then that will put us at Keel. What is Azir going to do since he is choosing to join in with his comrades on the climb?
So if you allow it, Jeff, I was imagining that part of the reason he wanted to climb as well was so that he could, before they started climbing, use his 50-foot rope, cut it in half, and tie it between them as a sort of safety line, as part of his survival instincts and experience. And so as the setup, he would be, I was thinking I'd use survival to try and do a setup, as he's in being able to inspect the cliff face as he was sort of going up and down, and with a focus on which parts are sort of harder or softer than others, which ones might be melting or chipping away, and basically just to try and pick a safe path, and focusing mostly on the footholds. He knows that if you've got a good foothold, then you can figure out the rest with your hands as you go and sort of foothold your way up. So I got an 11 on the setup for survival.
So having kind of seen the majority of the cliff, you would have seen that this bottom part is a little bit rockier than the upper portions, and it's a little easier to navigate. So an 11 is actually going to be enough right now. Great.
And then he's going to basically using that tactic, having his foothold strong, and then sort of leaping out to, overstretching a little bit even at times to get that handhold that he knows is the next good one, so that he can get the next good foothold. And he'll be using acrobatics, and I didn't need advantage anyway because I got a nat 20, so that's 26.
Yeah, that is easily enough by a mile. And Hazir just easily, almost casually, begins clambering up the mountain, or the cliff.
Always keeping an eye on both of his companions as best he can, and sort of calling out to them, trying to make sure they're doing all right. Perhaps even trying to shout out, use this foothold that I used just before. Or
all right. And as the three of you are climbing, suddenly you hear a crack coming from above. And you see shards of ice that have broken off of the mountain, the cliffside, begin to tumble towards you. I'm going to need everyone to make an acrobatics check for me real quick. Ooh. All right. So, Hatar, you managed to actually avoid the majority of it. You know, a couple small pieces here and there, but you managed to kind of avoid the brunt. Ekram, you're not quite so fortunate as you feel ice rain down on you. You manage to keep your hold on the cliffside, but you do take 6 points of damage as chunks and shards of ice fall onto you, smashing and cutting as they fall. And Hazir, I imagine it's right as this is about to happen is when you've turned your attention to one of the other people to no, use that foothold here. And it's by the time it's happening, you've realized it too late. And a piece of ice actually slams directly into your head, stunning you momentarily as your hands slip from the wall. So how this is going to work? So on a failure of this caliber, somebody else, either Ekram or Hatar, you can choose to try to make his check for him. If you succeed, you'll both stay on the cliffside. If you fail, you'll both fall. Otherwise, Hazir, you will fall.
So yes, I mean, I made that check pretty well, so I'm hanging in there, and my instinct would be to grab him. I guess I'm a little hesitant. I mean, I know he's a Jean, so I just don't know if I would be like, oh, he'll fly. You know what I mean? And just not really think about it. So basically what I think he would do is he would put his hand out for Hazim to take and basically kind of leave the decision up to Hazim.
I like to think that in the instant that this is all happening, it's it's going in slow motion kind of thing. He is shouting out some words of advice, gets struck in their head with this ice shard, and I'd say it was Hatar that he was speaking to. So as it strikes him, Hatar sort of instantly reaches out his hand, and Hazir instead of reaching out for Hatar's hand, like instinct, he pulls out his dagger and cuts the rope as he falls and tries to catch himself with his flying ability, tries to get the wings of Subari to not to soar, but to just basically soften his blow so he can get to the bottom and regroup while you guys continue. That's the intent.
Yeah, go ahead and since you do have the flight ability, go ahead and make either, if you want to do like a acrobatics or something to physically stabilize yourself, or some sort of intelligence to try to mentally orient yourself as you fall, to try to recover yourself with your flying quick enough not to hit ground.
So it's pure instinct, it's pure survival as he's plummeting. It's that feeling of, when you're laying in your bed and you have that feeling of falling. It's that instinct, and his survival kicks in. Rolled a 15 on survival.
Yeah, and it's going to be just enough. As you plummet downwards, you manage just in the nick of time to catch yourself and orient yourself and keep yourself afloat before impacting down onto the snow and ice below.
Yeah, I imagine he's still. I imagine him sort of skidding, sort of front first, but more of a cushioned enough to not be severely hurt by it. So, and as he sort of lands, his lays completely still for a few seconds. So if his companions would be sort of looking down for a few moments, they might not know whether he's alive or not. But after a few seconds, he sort of clambers up and brushes himself off and just gestures, "Go, go! I'll catch up."
All right, and that will take us into phase 2 of the skill challenge. You've made it a good way up the cliff, but there is yet a little bit more cliff left to go. Ekram, you're back up.
All right, so I remember Hazir mentioning that the wind and the weather up here got a little choppy back before we started climbing. So I actually want to do another setup roll with insight, maybe, to maybe sort of get a feel for the wind patterns up here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
All right. Ooh, that's a nat 20.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and describe that, and then make your roll.
So yeah, like sort of like there's snow and ice sort of blowing along with the wind up here, so it's fairly easy to sort of like watch the wind currents sort of flow by along this cliffside as you're up here. So every time that Ekram sees one coming, he sort of hunkers down a bit and just like clutches onto the cliffside to make sure that it isn't blown off. And let's see, I think I want to. So is it okay to do another perception check, even though I did it in the first round?
So the only thing is I have a hard time seeing how perception is going to necessarily get you up the cliff. Like,
Okay, yeah, I get you.
but you will have advantage on
So,
whichever you do use. You'll have advantage on it from your successful setup.
Okay, so I think I'll go with athletics to like sort of be like, you know, that's when I'm hunkering down to hold on when the wind comes.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
All right. That's going to be 14.
14 is just enough. As you kind of predict the wind flows and the hand and foot holds just at the right time, your senses and your knowledge working over time and just kicking in at the exact right moments to keep you going up and up. And you can see the top edge of the cliff looming just above you as you've almost reached the top between your two successes so far. And then Hatar.
So Hatar would first try to set himself up, and using, I think, investigation, he would be trying to look. Sorry, baby on the lap. He'd be trying to look for exactly where Hazir had climbed, and then exactly where Hazir had fell, and just try to use that information to better his next step.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
That's a 4. So he should not be having advantage. And on this move, so he's he just shrugs again and says, "I'm gonna go for it." And using athletics, I'd like to try to make the next couple steps.
Absolutely, go ahead.
That's a modified 17.
17 is going to be enough. So, despite you scan the cliff to no real avail. You've lost the spot that Hazir fell from, but you shrug and carry on, and manage to make your way up, continuing up the cliff alongside Ekram. And you too can see the cliffside, the top of the cliff, looming just out of your reach. And then we pan down the cliff, down towards the ground, where we see Hazir.
He's colder than he's ever been before. He's a desert wanderer, and the desert gets incredibly cold at night, but he's never been quite this chilled to the bone. I'm just wondering if skill check wise, skill challenge wise, does he sort of start again from phase 1, or would you allow him to fly up now? Because I think
I've never disallowed him flying up. That was
no, I
that
know.
was his own choice. So if Hazir
Exactly.
wants to throw in the towel and just start heading up the cliff by flight, that is well within his prerogative.
Yeah, I think he would spin it as a, yep, I knew that was coming. I took the hit for you guys. Now I'll get up there and help you on the final leg. So yeah, he'll just start ascending. He's got a fly speed of 15 feet, so probably, I imagine, still much faster than the climbing rate. So if he sort of overtakes them and gives them both a pat on the back on the way up, and some words of encouragement, and gets up to the top and starts setting up, unties the small portion of rope that he's got left wrapped around his waist, and pulls one of his javelins, or maybe both of his javelins, and stabs them into the cliff face up there, and just tries to sort of set up a little bit of extra help for when they get near the top.
Absolutely. And before we move into the final phase here, I'm going to need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw for me real quick.
So 17 plus 1, that's an 18.
So Hatar and Hazir. So Hazir, the same vision that you saw when you first ascended the cliff flashes back into your mind, and also to the mind of the other two with you. That scene of that same statued figure with the cracked mask and shadowy form underneath the lack of cloak that was so distinct on the statue before. You can feel it reaching deep into your soul, the cold extending beyond body into mind. And Hatar and Hazir, you managed to stave it off again. But Ekram, you feel your mind begin to slow under the cold that's pushing past physical and into mental. And for the next round, you're going to have the dazed condition, which is a new condition that was added in the playtest, which basically, at the start of your turn, you'll make a DC 10 Constitution check. If you succeed, you would take your action as regular. If you fail, you can take either an action or a bonus action, but not both. All round, you'll have disadvantage on intelligence and wisdom checks that you'll make. Which then
And
will take us back up. So go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to quickly say, I like to imagine Azir having experienced this twice and managing to sort of not succumb to it from the top there as he sees Ekram struggling with it. He would, his words of encouragement that he's shouting would get more fervent.
All right, so back up to the top.
Yep, you're up.
All right, so now I have disadvantage on intelligence and wisdom checks, right?
For this round, yep.
Ooh, that's gonna be tough.
And also, you'll need to real quick make me a DC 10 Constitution save.
That's right. That's a 6.
All right, so with a 6, you can choose either a setup bonus action for your next round or an action this round, but you cannot do both.
In his dazed state, I think Ekram would panic and just go for a final lunge for the javelin that Hazir set up at the top.
I'm sorry, were you guys... you guys weren't waiting on me, were you? I had to try to put the kid down for like 2 seconds. I just got back.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
No, you're good. No
No.
worries. All right, yeah, go ahead and
Um,
let me know what skill you're going to be using and give me your roll.
I think I'll go with athletics, so that's just going to be a straight roll.
Yep.
Ooh, that's a 19.
Absolutely. So go ahead and describe despite the panic and the freezing over feeling in your head, hammer up the rest of the cliff.
So again, in his dazed state, like Ekram, like he's not necessarily slipping, but he convinces himself in his mind that he is slipping off the cliff, and he just panics and goes for a final lunge for the javelin, and it almost looks like he didn't make it, but like Hazir would probably look down and just see like Ekram's hand, like just his hand clutching the javelin from the other side of the cliff, and Ekram will pull himself up.
Hatar would be looking up towards the top and seeing the rope tied there by Hazir, hanging from the javelins. He'd be trying to set himself up for the best path to be able to grab onto that. His hands are cold, getting numb. He thinks grabbing onto a rope would be better than trying to scurry over the ledge. So I was thinking survival check or maybe investigation again.
Yeah, go ahead. Either one of those sounds good to me.
Okay, so that's only a 12 survival.
A 12 on the setup for this one is still going to be enough.
Oh, great. Okay, so then I think I would try to use my athletics to push myself up far enough and then time a grab for the rope.
Yep, go ahead and do so with advantage.
Okay. All right, so that is going to be an 18 plus 5. That's 23.
Absolutely, not even close. Go ahead and tell me how he makes it up the rest of the way.
So he's just kind of climbing up, and he's getting close enough for the rope, which I guess be about probably 20 feet below the top, which chunked up should be about after I've climbed 30 feet more, and my hands are getting cold and numb, and I'm just trying to basically hold on with one hand and reach out and grab the rope with the other.
I think we lost him.
Oh no. He made it, right?
Yeah. His character made it, but did he make it?
He didn't make his check. He didn't make it.
Hmm. Well, I was gonna do a cool, fancy cliffhanger break when you guys made it up to the top, but this seems like a good moment as ever. So we're just gonna take a quick 5-minute break here. We'll go ahead and take care of any quick things that you need to do to get set up for the last little bit here. The last maybe about hour and a half that we got, and then hopefully once we are back in about 5 or so minutes. So everybody go ahead and just take a quick break, and we'll see you then. Alrighty. Just gonna give everybody a little bit here to get back and be ready, but just want to say thank you for the people that have been here watching so far. It's been cool to see people hanging out. I hope you're enjoying the game.
It's a lot of fun so far, man.
Yeah, good game.
Yeah. So far the like playtest is like going pretty smoothly. I really like the skill challenge mechanics.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to kind of give an alternate, you know, an alternate way of doing obstacles like that instead of just having one checker, just kind of making up like a series. Like it's a nice way to kind of give a structure to like the way that you want to have something kind of play out, but still give a lot of really cool like options for creativity between like picking how you describe this skill versus that skill is going to determine how it looks as you overcome the challenge. So I like the kind of flexibility but structure kind of mixed together in that.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see maybe a combat like encounter playing out with those rules.
Yeah, it would be interesting actually. Like still use like the setup skills and stuff like that for combat.
Mm.
Yeah, like I would like to use perception to see if there's any weak points in my enemy's armor or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like how that was an encounter, that cliff challenge. Yeah, it's a cool way to do it.
All right, is everybody ready to get back into it?
Ready to go?
All righty. As Hatar crests the top of the cliff to join the others at the top of this ice shelf that you have now made it your way to the top of it, more or less without incident. A little bit of incident, but overall, the three of you are up at the top. You can feel the icy winds even harsher up here, even more biting than they were at the base. And looming before you is that small circular stone building covered by that stone slab that Hazir had relayed to you earlier. You now see it in person. The stag horn, the stag beetle horns coming off from the top of the building, in that same eerie mask that you've been seeing pop into your mind from time to time since you've been here. As this small structure looms there before you on the top of this ice flat. Where would you guys like to go from here?
Ekram will actually like reach into his pack and pull out a very well used blanket that he had at the bottom, and he'll actually like shake out the sand from the blanket and then wrap it around himself before walking up to the I guess you would call it a hut, like some sort of stone hut, considering how small it is, and then start inspecting the slab over the doorway.
Yeah, and as you approach it and examine it, the slab here in front of this small stone building gives off that same chilling aura. Uh-oh. Hopefully you can hop back in. We'll just keep going for now here, for the time being. The slab in front of this building gives off the same chilling aura that the door that led you into this icy realm began with. It's not quite so stark this time, given the frozen surroundings that the slab finds itself in. But you can still feel that kind of supernatural chill emanating from it. But other than that, nothing really catches your eye too much about it.
Could I kind of use an athletics check on the door to just try to feel it, see if I think we're going to be able to move it or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Can I provide
21.
assistance? Ah, don't need to.
Oh,
What was that?
Sorry, can I
21.
offer assistance as well?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. What was the die result? My bad.
21.
So as you kind of dig in as best you can into the snow, and push against the slab, you can definitely feel it kind of give way a little bit. Not enough that it moves just on your own, but you figure, with a combined effort between everybody, or at least two of you, that you could probably get it at least out of the way enough to slip in.
I think we could do this. And it's got to be a spot warmer in there than it is out here.
Yes.
What do you say? Okay.
I should hope so.
So if we try to put our shoulders into it, would we be doing like a straight strength check?
Yeah, anybody who's going to be involved, if it's going to be all three of you or two of you, however many people would like to give a push here, go ahead and roll me athletics. So as everybody kind of, excuse me, begins to kind of put their shoulder in against the slab and begin to push, I imagine that Hazir, being like so tall, has to kind of lean over everybody else and like can't get a good grip on it from kind of the angle that he has to come in at, not providing much use at all. But thankfully, between Hatar and Ekram pushing with a little bit of extra help from Hazir when he can manage, you hear the grinding of stone against ice and snow as this hunk of stone begins to slowly move under the push of your guys' weight and strength. And you manage to get it just cracked enough that you should be able to slip inside. And as you do so, you find yourself on the inside of this stone building. Again, it can't be more than 8 feet wide total. The three of you easily fill up this room. And the room is nearly completely empty, almost barren, except for a stone chest that lays at the back of the circular room from where you guys entered from. But something that immediately catches all of you is that inside this building, the temperature is no longer frozen and frigid and freezing, but the perfect temperature, whatever that is to you. Not too warm, not too cold. Like, just imagine whatever the perfect room temperature could possibly be, and you just feel that comfort as you enter in and stand inside.
Azir is taken aback by the temperature change, and sort of shoulder shrugs it off, and makes sure, all three of them are fitting inside okay, despite it being pretty cramped. And instantly, looks over at the chest, but for once today, hesitates. He doesn't just strut right over. He sort of looks back to his companions. What do you think is inside?
I don't know, but I'm done being cautious. We've gone through everything today. I say we just rip the thing open. Sorry, he's pulling at my face.
So is Hatar gonna give a go at the chest then, or is he still kind of
he will. He'll pull out that dagger again, that same broken dagger, and he'll try to use that. What do we
you
think?
managed.
Oh, sorry. I thought that'd be a check.
Nope, you managed to pull the stone lid off of this chest with a fair bit of ease. And Ekram, inside the chest, you see what just looks like a folded up piece of cloth. But Azir and Hatar, you immediately are struck with the vision that you saw upon touching the blade. The black cloak with sapphire outlining that you had seen that figure wearing in that short blast of a vision. That cloak is what lies inside this chest.
I would look at Hazir and just immediately say, "Do you recognize it too?"
Azir doesn't take his eyes off of it, and he just nods slowly. Yes. Yes, I do. And he's standing there just sort of trying to puzzle it out. And looks to... Sorry, you go.
No, I was just going to say, it doesn't... I feel like it's special, but nobody else would believe it.
He wasn't wearing it when, and he just spits it out, you know. When I saw him at the top of the cliff, in my mind, but he was in the courtyard. And Azir having that, when he was at the top of the cliff, having that vantage point to see pretty clearly that Ekram was more affected by this mental vision attacking their minds sort of thing briefly. Is sort of curious as to how he's reacting, so he looks over at Ekram.
Yes, I saw this vision as well, but I'm not as taken with it as you two are. If this is what we came for, I say we take it and leave this place.
Agreed. Yet Azir doesn't reach out to grab it instantly.
Yeah, it's always kind of like creeped out.
Ekram will just huff and just snatch the cloak out of the chest. Does anything happen?
As you make contact with the cloak and grab it, suddenly you see another flash in your mind of that same figure with that same stag beetle mask. And this vision lasts longer than the previous have. You see him sitting on the ground, cross-legged. The cloak is in his lap, and that sword is laying on the ground. The scimitar that had been laid at the feet of the statue. And as he stares at the blade, he flips the cloak around onto his back and then begins to reach towards the sword. And right as his finger touches the edge of the hilt, the vision abruptly stops and you're snapped back into this stone hut. And you can hear in that instance a voice that almost seems to echo in your head. Help. Please. And then it fades.
Ekram wouldn't say a single word. He would instantly go to inspecting this cloak, and he'll again use his mystical identification. I don't believe that it needs. Yeah, no, I can use this whenever. I don't need to take a long rest to use it. So I'll just like take out magnifying glasses and like little scalpels to take scrapings off the cloak to inspect it.
And as you kind of feel around on the cloak, you would notice as you were handling it that anywhere that you come in contact with the cloak, if you were to put it on or to even just to touch it, like you would feel all sense of temperature in that place almost seem to fade, as if there were no such thing as temperature while you were touching the cloak.
You two would see a flash of like intuition and like thought in Ekram's eyes as he drapes the cloak over his shoulders and like fastens it around himself. I believe this is, if not the whole key, part of the key to brandish that weapon out in the courtyard.
And Hatar would kind of look at him in the coat now and just be like, "Oh, that coat looks comfortable." Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's actually warm in here, but I'd still be sizing it up thinking that's going to be a lot more comfortable when we get outside.
And Hazir just sort of nods along to the hypothesis. And as he was when they first entered this tundra, or since he saw the inscription earlier, he has been sort of repeating it in his head and out loud at times as well. And it now comes back over and over, sort of muttering it to himself. Only the Ifrit's branding blade can illuminate those lost in smoke and shade. And he sort of says, "Who do you think the stag beetle figure is lost in this smoke and shade?"
I don't know if he's the one who's lost, or maybe the one who's lost is with him. He doesn't seem so much of a victim to me, but he scares me.
Yes, he scares me too. But don't know. Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps it is we who are lost in smoke and shade and need to be illuminated. To the secrets of this stag beetle, whoever he is.
Smoke and mirrors, shade and shadow. Yes.
More like wind and snow in this place.
The other door. Do you think there's another component to this riddle?
And I believe this cloak will help us get through that segment of our adventure.
For you, perhaps, wearing it.
Yeah. And Hatar kind of adds into that and just says, "Yeah, you got room for 3 in that coat?"
Come now. You two are big and strong. A little fire never scared you now, did it?
Yes. Yes, it did.
As he just sort of straightens, trying to, I guess, just sort of non-verbally reassert his superiority over the humans, in his own mind at least, and just ignores that quip.
Ekram will again do that thing that he does where he just stares at the two of them, just like very darkly thinking, and he walks out of the hut.
And as
Wedding
Ekram
picture.
walks back out into the icy tundra that awaits outside, he would find himself in this eerie sensation of being in the cold but not being cold. As the snow and ice and wind buffet around, that sensation of that perfect room temperature that this hut seemed to carry, Ekram, you now feel standing outside in the snow.
Ekram, while being like entirely enchanted by this sensation, he is not so blind that he would know that he probably wouldn't be protected from frostbite or any sort of other damage caused by this frost. So he is under the assumption that this may protect him from the sensation of fire, but but it wouldn't protect him from the damage of the flames.
How about the other two of you? You managed to bring yourself to venture out of this cozy hut you found yourself in?
Yep, Hazir steps out and instantly sort of feels his teeth begin to start chattering again and tries again to hold it back. And looks over at Ekram wearing the cloak and notices that he doesn't appear to be affected in the same kind of way. So how do we get down? How do you get down?
I'm guessing the same way we got up. And he kind of looks over, just kind of steps back again and says, "Oh, it does look worse, though."
Perhaps I could take each of you down. I've never tried it before, but would be quicker. Perhaps less dangerous, perhaps more. What do you say?
Ekram, what do you think?
Hata, you wouldn't happen to have a blanket such as this on you, would you?
I have a blanket, yes.
I have a thought. How strong are the winds up here? Are they enough to knock us over that we have to like sort of brace ourselves against them? Or is it just like, like maybe a storm's coming type of breeze?
Yeah, it's definitely not strong enough to the point where it's like gonna flatten somebody out. But it's definitely not negligible either.
I take the blanket and just like sort of clasp it at two ends to sort of like make a pocket out of it, and just sort of like jump, like not off the edge of the cliff, but just jump in the air and like hold it above me. Any sort of reaction?
Yeah, you can definitely feel the wind catch on it as you jump and kind of let the wind take hold. You can definitely feel a little bit of a push from it.
Hazia, you can fly. Hata, you have a blanket? I'll meet you at the bottom. And I jump off the edge of the cliff.
That's
What
awesome.
are you doing?
Yeah, Hatar kind of just reaches out, but it's too late. He's going.
So go
Sorry
ahead
about that.
and
What?
give me no worries. Go ahead and give me some sort of strength or athletics. It won't be super high, but just to see if you just to make sure you don't crit fail or something on this.
That's a 20, not nat, but 20.
It's going to be enough. So as you just leap off the cliff, much to the fright of the other two companions, you feel the wind catch on your makeshift blanket parachute. And while it doesn't quite pull the same drag as a normal parachute would, it does manage to slow your descent enough that the fall won't cause any serious injury, and you manage through the wind to keep hold of the blanket, and it does not slip from your grasp as you fall into the snow.
Okay, so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is that like as he's falling, as an alchemist, Ekram has sort of like studied the wind enough to know that were he to like pull on one side of the blanket versus another, he could sort of like steer his descent.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Hatar seeing him do it, and knowing that Hazir can just fly down, wanting to be left up here without this jacket of warmth that his friend just jumped off the cliff with. He is going to pull out his blanket and give the same shot. You said that was a strength check, right?
Yep, athletics, just to make sure the wind doesn't pull it out of your hands.
I like to imagine that Hatar just sort of like tentatively just like he sort of like got himself over the edge of the cliff first and then just sort of like pushed himself off. He kind of stumbled a bit and he's just shaking the entire time.
So that's going to be 15.
15 is plenty enough.
So when I get down, I would look to Ekram and just be like, that was either the best idea or the worst idea that you've ever had.
The wind is a friend, dear Hatar. Remember that.
Today, she's my best friend.
She won't favor you every day. I think you're both lucky to be alive. As he sort of lands about the same time as Hatar.
Again, Hatar would shrug as he does. He just goes, "We're human, Hazir. We do stupid things."
No reward without risk. I understand. As long as the risk only puts you yourself in harm's way.
I don't believe it was ever mentioned, but I don't think any of us actually looked back at the hallway that we came out of when we walked through here. Is it just a standalone door out in the middle of this tundra, or is there like a wall that it's built into?
No, it's kind of just this eerie gap in space where like there's just this blanket white wilderness that extends for miles in every direction, and then just like this strange blip in the horizon where there's just this stone hallway. It just seems to come out of nowhere.
Well,
So now
we better get a move on.
After you.
Yeah, I'd pull up my jacket and rags and follow after.
And as the three of you venture back through the frozen tundra, back into that strange gap in space itself that takes you back into the stone hallway, the frosted stone cracking underneath your feet as you make it back within the walls of this strange place you have entered into. And you find yourself, if you were to go back through the hallway, back at the start of the ice door which you came through in the first place, opening back up into that majestic and glorious courtyard.
Ah.
Any sort of differences, maybe in the statue or the slab iron door up at the top of the stair since we have been gone?
Actually, not really. No, it seems more or less, to some extent, how you left it.
So, just trying to confirm my theory about this cloak, I'm going to like grab it around me and just like walk up to the sword and just do that like Joe Pesci like testing the heated doorknob in Home Alone moves.
Oh. Yeah, as you reach through, excuse me, so you reach through the cloak to brush your finger against the edge of the hilt of this blade. You find it comfortable to the touch. However, you still do feel that flash sensation of seeing the same vision of the figure that the others saw when they first touched the blade. Still flashes through your mind, but no flash of heat accompanies it, as it did with them.
And that's when I smell the burning flesh. So no sort of like no sort of damage taken.
No sort of damage taken.
All right, I'll pick up the blade and just like look at it, like look along its edge. Let's see. Uh, it's like a scimitar, basically, right?
Yep, it's a scimitar, but it looks as if it's made of solid gold and has all these like orange and red garnets inscribed in this weird language in it. But other than that, it's an actual scimitar.
Okay, I'll sigh at like its fine craftsmanship and just hold it along with the cloak out to the two of them and just say, I do not possess the training to use this. One of you will need to take it.
I don't know. I think my character would be able to figure out quickly what kind of fighter Hazir is. My guy is good with a lot of weapons, and you'd see him carrying a bunch, but he definitely always favors his spear. So if you're a swordsman, I would definitely look up to you.
Yeah. Hazir, yeah, he accepts it from you.
Okay, yeah, I imagine you would grab the cloak first and then the sword. Unless
Yeah.
you're like, sword first.
Proper procedure.
I imagine he kind of grabs it from underneath so that he's not touching the blade directly, but then he's can't put the cloak on while he's holding the sword like that. So he kind of does that and then in this sort of very ceremonial yes, and then realizes that he can't do both. So he sort of places it back down, puts on the cloak, and steels himself and picks up the scimitar, half expecting to be branded again.
Yeah, and as you don the cloak, you feel that same sensation that Ekram had felt, that void of temperature, that lack of any sensation that can be described as warmth or cold. And as you steel yourself and pick up the blade, you feel no heat of touch this time, as you manage to pick it up with no problems. And you see again that same flash image in your mind. And as you put on the cloak and pick up the sword, you hear that same voice that Ekram had heard. I don't know that he even mentioned it, the voice to you guys, but just that, help. Please help. Just echoes through your mind momentarily before fading off like an echo in a cavern.
And when Hazir hears this, he looks, his glance shoots straight over to Ekram with the instant thought of wondering whether Ekram heard this or not when he was holding it or wearing the cloak, and just sort of keeps it to himself, and gestures to the door with the garnet flame, the fire door. Shall we proceed?
I'll proceed, but you're wearing the jacket, so I say you go first this time.
But of course.
Before you go through that door, I suggest maybe just touching the blade tab up the stairwell, just to test out.
Ah, yes.
Ekram's always thinking.
Very well. And he strides over and up the little staircase to see if there's any changes in that room upstairs there. That was like the metal disc, wasn't it? Big round
like a
metal
circular
door.
tunnel that goes into just a solid metal disc. and the metal disc has the that same stag beetle symbol engraved on it. And down the center of the slab is kind of like this welding seam. It looks like it's holding the two halves of the metal together.
As he did earlier with his own scimitar, touches just the edge of the blade against the flat of the metal disc, to see if it has any instant effect, and if not, he'll be interested by that seam down the middle, and perhaps run his fingers over it and even sort of lightly run the blade along it, just inspecting it.
As you run the blade along the seam, it cuts through the seam like a knife through butter. Like it just easily gives way underneath the blade with no effort. Even just sliding it along the edge immediately just begins to cut. As you cut probably like a good 8 inches worth of the seam just right through, even just running it down.
Yeah, he was lightly touching it, and it sort of falls through almost, and he sort of takes a step back, and he's got the edge of his blade sort of sitting in the seam there. And if his companions are up there with him, he looks back at them with this sort of shocked look on his face for a moment, and kind of shrugs to himself a little bit and just presses down to just try and slice through the seam the rest of the way, essentially.
And Hazir, you can do so easily. The blade slides right through, like cutting through wet paper. Like there's nothing to it. And as you slide the blade through the rest of the seam, severing it completely, the two slabs that you presumed were holding together in the center of this hallway actually fall back away from each other in towards the wall. Having only been held in place by each other, they now slide back into the half-disc grooves that they had been set just within. And you see the circular tunnel continue to unfold past this metal disc that's now fallen away. You can see at the edge of your vision, the tunnel opens up into a large square room. At least you presume from what you can see so far that would likely be the shape. And the back wall, from what you can see from here, there is a huge mural painted onto the back wall made of bits of gemstones and all sorts of fine craftsmanship that depicts that same statued figure that you've seen in your head on the statue, symbols on the wall. And at the very back center of the room, against that mural, with the same stag beetle symbol engraved on the front, stood upwards vertically, is a stone coffin.
This is one for the stories, for sure.
I hope that coffin's not for us. So, what do we do now?
Ekrum's mind is racing with all the possibilities of what this is. He's heard stories of great, like, grand mummies being stored in such stone coffins. He's heard stories from travelers outside of Subari talking about these creatures called vampires that rest inside of coffins, and like he's just like inspecting this entire room for any sort of sign of what could be inside of that coffin.
And as you venture from the tunnel inside the room, it is in fact a large square room, probably about 60 feet in a cube. And kind of set like on the sides of the walls immediately after entering, if you were to look around, you would see two large statues. This time depicting actual stag beetles, just stone forms that are set onto either wall, almost like sentries. And all around the walls above the coffin, the mural that you've seen. When you enter the room, you see that the mural extends onto all sides of the room. And you see this same figure on the mural on the back wall in the same cloak that Hazir now wears and wielding the same sword. These gemstones forming this almost radiant light that casts off from around him. And as the mural extends onto the other walls that you can see now that you've entered into the room, Akram, you see the radiant light emanating from the figure in the back on this mural, fading into these dark wisps of smoke and all manner of strange and twisted faces etched onto the sides of the walls, as the scene just becomes kind of more and more grim as you follow the mural around the sides of the walls into the back.
Hatar would step into the room at this point, behind you, and ask, "What is it? What do we see?" And he would be caught off guard by the sight and just kind of jaw slacken and just take it in.
Well, if I'm viewing this mural correctly, it seems to depict him as some sort of savior figure, this stag beetle person.
Do you think perhaps he is one who is lost? What does it mean? I know there's more here. I know there's more.
Would any of you have looked at the actual coffin by this point?
Oh yeah, I would have definitely inspected it for any sort of inscriptions or anything. Like while I was having like my panic attack from the stone coffin itself when I walked in.
Yeah, and as you kind of gather yourself and look over the coffin, you would actually see on there is exactly such an inscription. Just underneath the stag beetle emblem that's kind of in the top center of the coffin, etched into the stone face, laid to rest until the shadow can be cast back by the light. Only then will our great hero know peace. And you would also see faintly down the center of what would be the lid, the front face of the coffin, another, this time much more straight with no slight curves or jags at all. Another seam similar to the metal disc that you had found earlier that goes down the center of the front face.
Upon seeing this, I will look back to Hazir and the sword that's probably still in his hand, and I'll motion towards the coffin and say, "Would you like to do the honors?"
And Hazir actually has been focused on the mural. That caught his eye more than the coffin. So he sort of looks around to see if you were speaking with him. And yes, comes over and sees what you see, the seam on the coffin, and looks to you both. Here comes our wish, my friends. And places the blade. Getting ahead of himself again. Places the edge of the golden blade with its inscriptions against this other seam. This time anticipating that it will cut like butter as well, and in one sort of swift, intentional motion, tries to cut the whole thing.
And cut it does, exactly as you'd expect it to, given your past experience. Sliding right down the thin line, easily splitting the two halves of the coffin lid in two. And as the sword hits the bottom, having severed the whole seam, just that small slit in the center left open. The two halves, being now off balance from each other, begin to slide and fall away, rattling onto the stone ground beneath you. And as you stare as the two pieces have fallen away into this coffin, you see nothing. Not that the coffin is empty, but you see nothing. The darkest, most black nothing that you could ever conceive of, the most void of existence. And you see, after a brief few seconds, emerging from this nothing itself, this pure black smoke and tendrils of nothing that begin to billow out from this stone coffin.
Seeing this and sort of recoiling in fear from it, I would think that the inscription from the coffin would be going through Ekram's head, and from his pack, like almost instinctually, almost like he's not controlling this, he would pull a torch from his pack, light it, and chuck it into the nothingness of the coffin.
And as you throw the torch, what you would expect to be a light that envelops this darkness is in fact the opposite. As you see the light from the torch vanish as the torch flies into the black, swallowed up entirely. And then, Hazir, you hear that same whispering voice inside your head. Help. You can still save me. And right as that happens, right as the words seem to fade in your head, You see a small glint coming out of the shadow as a pure white mask peeks through the void. A crack down the right side. And as this mask comes and crosses the plane of the nothing behind the coffin, you see underneath it, where you would expect a human body, is twisting shadow and smoke, vaguely in the shape of a human. In what would be its right hand, a scimitar made of pure silver, inlaid with sapphire, in some strange long dead script. Everybody roll initiative.
Oh boy.
So Hatar would first, he would kind of grin, but just kind of as this first happens, and just chuckle, and just loudly, it just loud enough for perhaps the closest companion to hear him. He'd say, "There's a fight. There's always a fight." And so to start his move, he would just take the spear that he was already holding and slip off this kind of leather sheath that just sits over the blade, which is about a 10-inch blade with slight waves to the edges. And he would pull his shield from his back, and he would just call out before he goes in and says, "This is where I come in." And he just runs forward, and what he's going to do is he's going to use, he has 2 attacks, and he also has an action surge. And basically, I'm just going to tell you ahead of time, he's going to use all 3 of those. So really quick, he's going to shoot out and kind of thrust, then backhand, and then back down again with the forward hand. So
Absolutely.
on the first
What do you got?
strike, that's going to be, so that's a 9 on the first one, a 23 with the second one, and a 18 with the third one.
Sorry, what was the first one? I just missed the first one.
It was low. I think it was 9. Yeah, I rolled a 3 plus 6, 9.
Okay. Yeah, the first one will miss, but the last 2 will hit.
Okay, so when he thrusts forward, he catches nothing but air, but then he quickly pulls the spear back and does so this is one-handed spear right now. So that's going to be 6 and 11. So that's going to be a total of 17 damage. Oh, I'm sorry,
Awesome.
and I have that's right. I have a feat from my combat tactics, so I can re-roll a damage roll each time. So actually, it's going to be. I'm sorry, how much did I say?
17.
17 damage. Yeah, so actually add another 2 to that, so it's going to be 19 damage.
Awesome. Yeah, and as you stab and slice with the spear, you see where you would be used to blood pouring out. You only see bursts of black smoke almost reaching out like tendrils as you stab and cut. And this being turns to face you. The slits in the mask where eyes would be just a black void of nothing that seemed to somehow still stare into you. Ooh, that's gonna hit. So sorry, what was your I mean that's gonna hit either way, but can you just remind me your AC real quick just for future reference? You're muted.
Sorry. My AC with shield, which I have on me right now, is 18.
18. So this being with this unnatural, almost bending acrobatics, leaps up off of using the tomb basically to leap up onto and off of, comes downward at you with this strange speed and flexibility that even despite this strange creature you weren't expecting. And you are going to take 5 points of slashing and 5 points of cold damage as this pure silver and sapphire scimitar slices into you. You feel this unnatural cold shoot through you as the scimitar slices.
Ah.
And then the being turns its gaze over behind you. And as it makes contact, what would be eye contact towards the back of the room, you hear the creaking of stone as one of the stone stag beetle statues begins to move towards you from behind. Ekram, you're up.
Okay, so as an alchemist, I have something that I can perform called transmutations, which basically means I can throw like different types of damage, a little bit of extra damage on my attacks. Now I'm going to be using my sling with this transmutation. So would I roll the damage with my sling and then add the damage that the transmutation would add along with that?
So if it's just through the way that it's written in the playtest, like the transmutation is its own action.
Right.
So it would just be the transmutation damage.
Oh, okay. Well, what was I imagining? It was that I would like imbue like one of the sling bullets that I've been picking up this entire time with like I don't know. I think I was going to go with like maybe fire damage or something just to test it out, and then I was
Yeah, I
going
mean,
to.
what we can say is like, because it's not technically you're supposed to add the damage, but we can basically just describe it that way. And basically have the damage from the transmutation, however much you do, just be described as, using it as part of your
Okay,
sling.
yeah, yeah, that works. So yeah, I was gonna take one of the sling bullets I picked up. By the way, how many would you say I picked up that initial like
I'd
time
say
we were in that
immediately you
ruined
could have
hallway?
grabbed like 5 or 6. Just
Okay.
call it 6.
So yeah, I'm going to imbue one of those with fire damage. So I'm going to like I have a little bit of mercury on me, so I was just going to slather that up with mercury, and then sort of through the heat of my hands, like sort of like imbue that with like the like like the fire element, and like sling it at the black tendrilled creature um, with my sling. And the base damage for transmutations is a D10, so I'll just like roll to see if I
Absolutely.
hit.
So, well, for the transmutations, it's either a dex or a con save.
That's right. That's right.
So whichever one you would like me to make,
Um,
I will go ahead and make.
make a dex save.
Okay. And what's your DC?
17.
17. Yeah, these Subari DCs are high. They have a base 10 instead of 8.
Yep.
Ooh, that is a 16. So go ahead and hit me with some damage.
That'll be 8 damage.
Yeah, 8 fire damage. What does it look like as this like mercury imbued rock hits this creature for that much fire damage?
So as I'm twirling it through the air in my sling, it's sort of like creating this tail off of the sling bullet. And as I fire it, it looks like a comet just streaking through the air, and it strikes this thing. And like, do I notice it like affecting it like in any way?
Yeah, you would definitely see the flame strike true as it hits the creature. You can see, similar to when Hatar had stabbed it with the spear, that burst of black smoke that bursts off of it in contact with the flaming stone.
And Hazir, with the sound of the grinding statues, he just calls out. He's very focused on this figure, and he just calls out, "Get the statues!" And I have a cunning action, and I've taken an instinct as a Bedouin that lets me use. Is it that? Sorry, what is it? Something I've taken. Sorry, guys. Something I've taken allows me to use the feint action as one of my options for cunning action. Usually, it's only dash, disengage, or hide. So I'm going to be feinting with my blade.
What do I or you need to do for that?
So that is just so basically when I make a melee weapon attack, I roll deception check against the target's AC instead of a normal attack roll. And on a success, my next attack before the end of my next turn against that creature has advantage. So basically, I'll roll a deception check now. And I got 26.
That's gonna do it.
So
actually, sorry, that misses. Sorry, man.
Take disadvantage instead. So
No, that's like absolutely good enough.
It's just like a faint lunge to the wrong side, and then coming in just with a big slash with this golden scimitar. All right, so that will be 23 to hit.
That is absolutely going to hit. And go ahead and add a d6 of fire damage and +1 to your attack roll, to your damage.
So I'll be using my sneak attack as well. So 3d6, 13 plus a d6 fire. So 17 total, 4 of which is fire.
Awesome.
And so I should have said his short little bit of other dialogue before he swung was basically, as this creature emerged, are you, kind of puzzled, are you the hero, or am I going to have to be? As he comes in and slashes, still trying to figure out who the hero is in this situation from the inscription on the coffin. Sorry.
And as you speak the words to it, you just see the hollow void behind the mask peering back into you, responseless. And that will take us back up to Hatar.
So I'm presumably right next to him right now because I had attacked the shadow creature with the mask.
Yep.
Where are the beetle statues that broke off relative to me?
So they broke free from the back of the room and then moved. So the room was 60 feet total, but they moved as part of being animated. So they're 30 feet behind you. You
30
guys
feet
are still
behind.
kind of at the front of the room. Well, the coffin side of the room. They're at the center right now.
Okay, 30 feet behind me. Okay, so what Hatar's going to do is, well, first of all, what I think would happen as a result of the other action. So when he missed, when he landed that last hit, but then took the hit from the shadow creature, he kind of, his momentum carried him forward about 15 feet towards the wall, but he uses his feet to stop himself, and he turns back around, looking at the shadow creature, and with his shield up, he runs back in, and as his bonus action, he's going to activate his Fast and Furious, which is a feature of the Raider subclass. So that's going to give me a couple of different bonuses until the start of my next move. So just to let you know, its movement speed increases by 10. I can't be hit by attacks of opportunity. When you move in a straight line for at least 15 feet before making a melee attack, you may roll with advantage, and you add 1d6 to all attacks made while in this state. Now, the 1d6 to attacks, you think that is to attack or damage? Because the d6 is a little weird.
Usually when at least I'm going to assume, for the sake of playtesting, that the way that Point of Inspiration has templated it is the same as the way Wizards template it. So that would be to your attack roll.
Okay, got it. All right, so that's for all my attack rolls. So I'll be taking my first attack at the shadow creature, and that's going to be a 24 with the extra d6.
That's absolutely enough.
Okay, and that's going to be 6 damage on that. And so I moved total of 30 feet so far. So I'm going to take another strike at him. So that's going to be a 24 for d6. So that'll be another hit, and that'll be 9 more damage. And he's going to use the last 10 feet of his motion to kind of roll away from the shadow creature and move towards the back of the room. He can't reach these beetles, but he wants to put himself between the beetles and his friends who are fighting behind him now. Sort of a you shall not pass sort of move.
Awesome. And as you move towards the back of the room, towards the middle of the room, I should say, back towards the front, you can see the stone beetles turn their attention to you as you kind of intersect between their path. And then this masked creature, whatever it is that it is, you hardly see it necessarily move or a sound come from it particularly, but you almost get the sensation of an inhalation. You kind of feel the air kind of shift towards this creature. And I'll need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw as this wave of shadow bursts from this creature in this arc that just spans across, encompassing the whole half of the room in this cold, void blackness. All right, so Hatar and Ekram, you luckily have managed to save. You'll take half damage, so you'll take 6 points of cold damage as this void just bursts from this creature. like this weird mixture of ooze and shadow. Do you feel it just freeze your body and soul alike? Azir, you're not quite so fortunate. You will take the full 12 cold damage, and you feel the air in your lungs forcibly pushed out. You try to gasp for air, but it's no use. You will have the suffocated condition within the playtest. The specifics of that, since that's a new one. Whatever your constitution modifier is, you have that many rounds with a minimum of 1 to find a way to end the condition, or else you will fall unconscious from not being able to breathe. And you said Ekram is also below half health from that. So that means you will gain a wound. So that'll also be our first wound of the game. And I'm going to roll randomly for it here, because I think that's cooler. And it's going to be a D8. That is a 7. Ooh, that's rough. So 7 is internal bleeding. As this frigid void bursts through your body, it messes with the structure of your of the inside of your body as it freezes. The damage that you took from that, so 6 cold damage, you'll have your max HP reduced by that much.
That's cold.
And then these 2 stone stag beetle statues begin to run towards you, Hatar, who's placed himself between this creature and, well, between these 2 statues and your allies. And I'm going to need you to make an athletics or acrobatics to avoid being grabbed by the 2 horns of the stag beetle's jaw.
Well, athletics is my big stat, so that's a 12 plus 6, that's 18.
And it's easily enough. As its jaws go to clamp down, how is it that you used your athletics to avoid being grabbed by the stone jaws?
So actually, I think so. I had run over there, and when I paused, putting myself between them, I had my spear kind of rested butt down. And when these beetles came at me from left and right, I kind of jumped and pushed up on my spear, sort of taking my feet off the ground and pushing me backwards a little bit, so that they chomped and missed, and then I landed right behind them, right next to them again.
Awesome. Yeah, and as you avoid one, the next comes at you with its jaws trying to bite into you. But you manage to stave off its attack as well. Just as easy as you avoided the first, barely managing to avoid the stone jaws clamping at you. Or you were muted if you were saying something there.
Sorry, that second one, that was an actual attack?
It was an actual attack, yeah.
Okay, then just as one of my combat tactics, I have riposte, which when a opponent misses an attack on me, I can make an attack on them.
Do it up.
Okay. And I should still have advantage from my Fast and Furious before.
Yep.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, not advantage because I didn't move 15 feet at it. I still have the
Oh,
D6
yeah.
to assist me. That's what it is. Ooh, I don't think that's going to help. Okay, so that's a... oh, wait, yeah, it should. So that's a 16.
16 is enough.
Great. Okay, so yeah, so this second one comes and I kind of sweep it with my with my spear with the butt, sweep the mouth away, and just spin the spear around over my head and jab it down onto its back.
Absolutely, give me some damage.
Doing 10 damage.
And that is going to give this thing a wound. I'm rolling here. Ooh, and it, as you see, the spear pierces down, and it's hard to tell, being that it's statue, but it almost seems to react somewhat like a living creature does. You seem to have hit some essential part of it, as it is in shock. So at the start of each round, it must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. If it fails, it cannot act. Stag beetle statue is wounded from your attack.
Nice.
All right, and that will take us down to Ekram. You are up.
All right, I'm going for another transmutation. Let's see. So this time I'm going to be spending. Let's see. I'm going to be spending a point of transmutation. Sorry, a point of insight. Yeah, insight point, which will give me force damage on this attack. And also, let's see. I'm going to be throwing a little bit of extra damage on this as well. So I'm going to spend an additional 2 insight points to put that up to 3. Or no, sorry, that would be 5d10 for this attack.
Yeah, do it up, do it big, man.
Yeah. So
damage.
Yeah. So what this looks like is oops, sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick, Dex or con save.
Oh yes, that's going to be a Dex save for these stag beetles.
Oh, the stag beetles.
Yes, I'm going after the stag beetles this time.
Awesome. So is that going to hit both of them?
I'll attempt to hit both of them. Yeah.
Okay. So I think is that another insight point to do that? To add another target?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let me make sure. Yep, so I'm just going to go after 1 this time.
Okay. Are you going after the uninjured one or the injured one?
I'll go after the uninjured one this time.
Going big. He critically failed, so you're going to hit him full hit.
Ooh. So let's see. So wait, no, okay.
Yeah, it's still regular damage, but
yeah. So what this looks like is I'm going to like sort of like grit through the pain of my internal bleeding and sort of like kick up some dust around Hatar, who's in between me and the stag beetles. And as they go through the air, they transmute into like these solid steel like pellets that just rocket into the side of this giant stag beetle statue. And I hit it for 16, 18, 26, 34 damage.
what does it look like as you obliterate this stag beetle statue?
Yeah, I imagine the pellets don't hit it all at once, so it's just sort of like into the side of it until like it's just a cloud of dust and like small chunks of stone off of this thing, and it just sort of collapses to the ground and the dust settles across the floor of this room.
Awesome. Yeah. As the crumbling dust and chunks of stone that used to be the statue are now littered across the battlefield. All right. Anything else? Any movement or bonus actions or anything that you have?
I'm good where I am.
Awesome. Then, Tazir, you're up.
So this intense blast of cold that struck him and that feels like it's just 10 times worse than breathing in that frigid air out in the tundra. It's just feels like it's closed over his windpipe, and he's just completely struggling to breathe. Can't take a breath in at all, and he feels his core just so icy cold. And as he sort of clutches at his throat, he drops the golden sword, and the panic sort of sets in, and he sort of drops to his knees and gasping, he rips off the cloak and just throws himself down onto the golden blade, just to try and touch it against his skin, to just try and get that, because he get that terrible searing heat. It's got to do something to this terrible searing cold.
Well, first of all, take a point of inspiration, because that's freaking badass.
Thank you.
And second of all, you immediately take 3 fire damage, as usual. As you make contact with the blade, the searing heat does in fact burn now that you no longer have the cloak protecting you. And suddenly, as the heat kind of flashes, you kind of descend into your own head for a moment. As the flash, the vision that normally accompanies with touching the blade, is no longer this statued figure, but you see yourself. You're standing there in your own head, looking into your own eyes. You don't know how you know that it's you underneath the stag mask that the other person is wearing, but you somehow know that it is. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw for me. And you can do
15.
so with 15. Awesome, that's perfect. So, just for a moment here, I want you to tell me what does Hazir do as he stands there in this void of his own head, face to face with this person that he knows is himself, but is guised in the same clothing as the statued figure.
It's almost like an opportunity to confront himself and the side of himself that he despises or regrets. He flashes back to 20 years ago, where he participated in the 101 Nights of Wonder, and discovered this lost oasis, which basically granted him a wish, which he selfishly used to ensure that only he could ever find the oasis again, but he's never been able to. So every year after year, for the last 2 decades, he's participated again in the 101 Nights, because the purpose, or the purpose of Ajan, his people, is meant to be some kind of destiny. Some of his people only live for 101 nights, some live for hundreds of years. He's basically squandered his purpose, and so this is a chance to sort of confront himself. And not understanding how he knows it's him, or why it's him there in that mask, he he asks this figure, would you do it again? Would you trade places with me? If it meant a different outcome. And he just thinks,
figure just looks long into your eyes. This feeling of locking eyes with this manifestation of you. And it, after a kind of a long, heavy moment, you just hear a voice as if in your own head. All we are is a mirage, never knowing the start, never knowing when the end will be. There's only one purpose that we have with such a life, and that is our own ends while we have them. You look back, you say that you were selfish. I say, we were right.
how could you say these things? Look what's come of it.
Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry.
And this,
All right.
you just continue to sit there. And after another long moment, well, look where it's brought us. You would have never been to this place. You would never have known these people. You would never have continued on. You know, we know. A Jan only lives as long as their purpose. With your wish, with our wish, we have kept our purpose alive. We have kept our spirit. If you ever found your way back to that place, you would not be finding an oasis. You would be finding an end. That's why we haven't gone back. You know it just as well as I do. Of course. How could it be any other way? You do not find it because you haven't looked. You do not find it because you do not wish to. And suddenly the moment breaks with a gasp as you're back in that stone mural walled room. As a rush of air fills you, breaking the moment that you had briefly had with whatever it is that you were speaking with. And your suffocation is gone.
And is the shadowy tendril masked figure still in front of him?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think he oh, would that would have just been my movement, would it? For this turn? To throw myself down, or I'm happy for that to be my turn. I can wait
I'm happy with that to be your turn too.
I might just
That
take
will-
my use my cutting
Go ahead.
action to disengage and just sort of scramble away while I'm clutching at my throat.
Awesome. Super awesome. That was really cool.
Thank you.
Hatar,
Very
that brings us up to you.
So just to be clear, Ekram he attacked both beetles, but destroyed the one that was already damaged. The other one's still there.
He only got one, actually.
Gotcha.
He would have had to spend more insight points to hit more, and I think he maxed out for his turn that already. So one of the beetle that you didn't hit is obliterated.
Okay.
That you've already hit, and then there's shadowy figure, dude.
Okay. So again, as my bonus action, I'll enter this fast and furious state. So if you saw me, you'd see me almost kind of coil like a spring, and I would strike out at the beetle that's near me. So that's going to be 16.
A 16 against the statue is going to hit. Yep.
And that's going to do 5 damage. And if it's still standing, I'm going to use my second attack to attack it again.
It's just barely hanging on.
Okay, so that's going to be 17.
That's going to hit. Yep.
And that does nice. So it's going to be 9 damage.
Right. What does it look like as you destroy the second of the statues?
So I still have my shield in my one hand, so I'm just single-handedly thrusting the spear once, and I jab it in the front of its face, and then I see it kind of flinch, and I notice its weakness, and I just kind of hop to the side and thrust my spear in as hard as I can into its side, and just keep driving it in as far as I can until it sort of hopefully crumbles apart.
And crumble it does as the slashes and jabs that you just continue to make. Eventually, there's not enough left of it to keep it together, as the two halves just kind of crumble away from each other, with just chunks of dust and stone being sent flying in the crossfire.
So the only other thing I'll do is just take my movement. I would have heard Hazir kind of cry out, even subconsciously, when he laid on that sword. I would just notice that and just kind of turn around after destroying the beetle and run over towards him, kind of like with one of those shields over him situation, try to cover him better, knowing that he's getting his win back, so to speak.
Hazir, from where you and Hatar have gathered as you scrambled away from the creature, you turn back towards it. You see its shadowy form hunching over. And in a flick of motion, a blur of shadow, you see it swoop onto the ground that you had just scrambled away from. As it flips the cloak around its shadowy form and picks up the golden scimitar. And it locks eyes with you, Hazir. It seems to be on you. And that is going to be... So go ahead.
Sorry, can I use, I've got a racial trait as the Jan, fleeting image. I can turn to smoke and reappear in a location I can see within 30 feet as a bonus action. I already used my bonus action, didn't I? It's not a reaction, so never mind.
Unfortunately, it's not a reaction, yeah.
Yeah.
Could I possibly, because I positioned my shield in front of him, could I possibly add my shield to his AC to try to help defend him?
Yeah, I'll allow that basically because there's like the block action, there's like the block reaction, and I'll say given that you're there and you kind of position yourself over him, I'll basically allow your block reaction to affect him instead of yourself. With +2 from his shield, AC at Hazir.
17.
17. So
Although I am prone, I imagine, so.
Oh, right.
What's the effect of being prone on that, Jeff?
I think he usually gets
so that would
advantage.
mean he would get advantage. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. So sorry for this.
Go for it.
The first attack comes sweeping down. You feel the cold steel of the silver cut in. You're going to take 5 slashing and 2 cold. As this shadowy figure swoops down in, bending almost unnaturally under the shield that Hatar has tried to position and swinging underneath it from below to cut up into you. And then, ooh, that puts you under half, so that means that you are going to get a wound. I have my handy dandy D8 here. That is a 5. 5 is disturbed. You are unhinged, but creatures have advantage to hit you. He already had advantage this round, but he will continue to have advantage if you are the target until that wound is healed. And the second attack comes sweeping in, also striking true. Oh god. You are going to take 9 slashing and 3 fire, as the golden scimitar also rips in, cutting and burning, immediately cauterizing the wound that it just slashed.
As he cries out he just shrieks, shrieks out in terrible pain, and yeah, just he's hanging in there.
Awesome. And the 2 stag statues dead. This creature has just done a whole lot of hurt to our friend Hazir, but thankfully his turn is up. Ekram, it is your move.
Ekram takes stock of the situation, and he's having like a crisis. Does he help Hazir, or does he try and damage this creature, whatever it is? And he'll curse under his breath, and scoop up a handful of the rubble left over from the stag beetle that he shattered. And as he sprints forward, he's going to spend 3 points again and imbue this with radiant damage and add an additional 2d10 to the damage, so it's going to do 3d10 damage. So he's going to chuck this handful of rubble at the creature, and as it flies through the air, it almost looks like fireflies flying through the air. And as it strikes it, I imagine it would be some sort of flash of light. And I'm going to have this be I'll have this be a Constitution save this time.
All right, that is not going to make it. Hit him with everything you got.
16 damage.
16 damage. As these firefly lights just burst in. How does that look as these actually hit him? Like,
I imagine.
and do for 17 damage.
Yeah, I imagine it would. As soon as they would hit them, they would sort of pop, but they wouldn't pop in sparks. They would pop in sort of like liquid almost. Imagine what gushers looked like from the commercials when they would pop, and it would just be like a waterfall of like liquid from these things. It would look like that, but like sort of like a neon green kind of.
Awesome, that's super cool. Just the whole description was super cool. I'll go ahead and take a point of inspiration for that. That was awesome. And as this neon green radiant liquid splatters over this creature, Hazir, as you move to act, you see this shadowy form. It's still there, but it seems to almost distort. Almost like a computer glitch. Like just it in spasms in weird and unnatural ways as it continues to hulk over you, wielding both scimitars in its hands. But it will be your turn to act.
So, will I provoke an attack of opportunity by standing up?
I'll say no.
Okay. I think with Hatar at his side, he sort of helps hoist himself up, maybe using Hatar's shoulder or something like that, and draws his own scimitar from his snakeskin scabbard, and he's not in a good way. He's hunched over and possibly even sort of helping prop himself up with Hatar next to him there, and tries to just go for not looking this thing in the face because he's too affected from what's just happened, and tries to push aside the thought that he's going to be attacking himself as he swings this sword. So he again, as before, almost pretends to trip, and then as a feint, and then it's going to attempt to come up with the attack. So for the feint, that's 16 against AC.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, so that lets me attack with advantage. And I rolled a 6 and a 3. And inspiration won't help. So 6, so that's a 12 to hit.
I mean, you can use inspiration to re-roll.
Can I? Even with the advantage? Okay.
Yeah,
Try
I'll
one.
allow it. It's inspiration. I mean, what else is it for?
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, then maybe it's because he hasn't been able to bring himself. He's too much in his mind that he'll be attacking himself. But he thinks back to the sort of words that were spoken during that little encounter with what seemed to be himself. So 13 is the max.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's still not going to do it. Try to slide in and feint under, but with both scimitars in tow, it's too quick and has too many avenues of defense. Try to slide in and use under one scimitar, but right as you were going to come in for the attack, the next one was already there waiting for you. As your attack is deflected.
Just checking. My cunning action, I understand, is I can still use a bonus action as well if I have something that lets me use that, or Is that
The
instead of
cutting
my
action
bonus action?
is a bonus action, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a bonus action you use. So if the cutting action was to feint, then you would have already used your bonus action.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Still can't teleport.
Not yet. All right, and that will bring us around to Hatar.
Going to coil up again. Just using my last. I'm pushing my body to its extreme limit now. This is its last burst. So I'm going to attack with my spear twice, and I'm going to be using 2 of my combat tactics. Aim strike on my first attack, and true strike on my second attack. And the first attack, I roll a 16. And the second attack is a 9 plus 3 is 12 plus my attack is 6. So that's 18. So 16 and 18.
Yeah, it's 2 hits.
Okay. Now, what I actually did here was, so when I coiled up, I didn't know if I was going to hit or not, but since I hit, I threw my shield that was kind of like symbolizing my energy. I threw it away, and I took my spear, and I swung it in a big swing around me, like an arc, towards his head. And then when it struck, I brought it up and brought it straight down like a big slam. So these are going to do... So that's 18 damage. Oh, I'm sorry. 18, but I used my aim strike and my true strike. So my true strike adds my intelligence bonus, which is another 2, so that's 20 damage. And because of my aim strike, the shadow creature will need to do a dex save DC 16.
It makes the save.
Okay. No effect.
So
Yeah.
When the slam comes down, though, onto the creature, imagine it lands right on its head, coming down onto the mask. And it hits right above where that crack was, in the side of the mask. And the blow fractures that crack even more. And the mask actually splits in half, right down the side of this, right down the center of the right eye. From the creature's head into 2 halves on the ground. You hear a shrill shriek burst out through the room, and in all of your minds, just this horrifying, whistling shriek. And you see around you on the mural walls the shadows depicted on the walls and the back almost seem to writhe with this creature as it shrieks. And suddenly you see all these shadows on the walls built into the mural begin to move. And they begin sliding on the walls towards the back wall with the coffin. And as the creature hisses and shrieks, you see its shadowy form begin to shake. And in one final terrible gasp, all the shadows from the walls are pulled into the coffin, the void, and the nothingness that sits there. And for a moment, The room sits in a terrible silence. The cloak, broken mask, and 2 scimitars lie on the ground. And you feel a moment of peace, as though the battle is won. But just as your mind starts to ease, Azir, you see a tendril burst out from the coffin and wrap itself around your leg. You feel yourself immediately pulled, and you feel yourself fall face first onto the ground. And this tendril begins to pull you.
Ah! He would just be, just shrieking again, and I think even trying to sort of slash at it with his scimitar, and trying to claw at the ground with his other hand, or trying to grab a hold of Hatar's boot or something like that if he's still nearby, just trying to stop himself as he's just crying out, "No!"
And as you cut, you feel your scimitar just clanging against the stone floor. As you cut where this tendril is wrapped, the only contact you feel is it slamming into the ground. As you feel yourself sliding, inch by inch, closer and closer towards the coffin.
Ekram, grab him. And I would at least move towards him and try to grab a hold of him.
And Hazir doesn't stop. He even more frantically is trying to slash at this thing, knowing by feel that it's not actually corporeal. And holding out on the desperate thought of having to chop off his own leg. Looking back desperately at his companions.
And as you look back desperately, looking towards your companions, the two of you, your gaze is drawn back to the coffin as you see 2 other tendrils begin to, as if climbing out, wrap around each side of the coffin. As the tendril continues to pull.
Am I able to grab a hold of him at all, or is he moving too quickly?
Give me an athletics.
Okay. Ugh. Even with my athletics, it's only going to be a 12.
I'll say you managed to just grab onto his hand, like one of your hands onto one of his hands. You don't have a great grip, but you do have him. And you can feel the pull trying to drag him away into the depths away from you.
I call back again frantically to Ekram. Ekram, magic or something!
And the screams get more frantic. And he's screaming in a language that it just seems completely nonsensical. And then in a moment, he sort of has a moment of realization and just shouts, "Run!" And tries to teleport in a puff of smoke.
This is finally happening.
So can turn to smoke and reappear in a location I can see within 30 feet. all good if I'm not allowed.
Yeah. I'm assuming, are you just going like 30 feet back?
Yeah, just towards the back towards the door.
Yeah, as you in a cloud of mist and smoke find yourself in the center of the room. Imagine you turn back towards the other two of your companions, and as the three of you are now looking, what was the one tendril grabbing him and the two that have begun to reach out of the coffin has now become 5 and then 6 that are pulling themselves out, wrapping along the sides of the walls and the grounds like spider webs of shadow.
So after he turns to smoke and is not in my hands anymore. I would obviously not be preoccupied with him. Can I make a play for the jacket on the floor? So I would
Absolutely could.
crawl over towards the jacket, and basically I don't know how many turns this will take, but essentially I want to hurriedly put on the jacket and grab the scimitars if I can.
Yeah, you could absolutely do that. Let's say with the 30 feet of movement that you're well within reach to do that.
Okay. Yeah, so I would get those on. I think that would take that whole turn.
And what is Ekram doing in this moment?
Ekram sort of views the coffin itself as sort of the source for this shadowy evil. Really going to, like, in the moment, like right before Hazir was actually pulled, he probably would have started wiping his face, like wiping the sweat off of his face as like a moment of relief. And then as soon as he saw this happen and like Hazir sort of like disappear in a puff of smoke, like Ekram would have like flung his sweat droplets towards the coffin, and I'm actually going to dump all 3 insight points into damage, so that would be 7d10 damage, attempting to shatter the coffin. One second, just need to find an extra d10. There we go. And like, I don't know if you want to make the coffin do a dex or a con save.
No need.
I figured.
The coffin is very dexterous.
Very.
The coffin casually slides out of the way.
39 damage against the coffin.
And what type of damage, just for clarification?
Oh, so yeah, sorry, I went with bludgeoning, which is free. I don't need to spend any points on that.
Bludgeoning. So as you wipe your brow, you send this sweat transmuted into these blasts of bludgeoning energy. As they make contact with the coffin, you can see pieces of it crack, even some pieces completely knocked loose, chunks of stone sent flying, mixing in with the black that's sprawling out of it. Maddening thrash of black tendrils continues. More tentacles keep on reaching out, merging with the web of the ones that are already there.
Once I have both swords in my hand and I'm outfitted, I would start to kind of back up, keeping myself pointed towards the coffin, but backing towards the door and saying, We should go. We should get out of here. We have what we need.
I said run.
And yeah, as soon as I see like a clear path, and if I see my companions also running, I would run as well.
Is Ekram joining in with the flight?
Ekram again is sort of having that internal conflict. He's a scholar at heart, so he has that inner need to know more, but he feels the pain within him of the internal bleeding and just under his breath and joins his companions running out of the room.
And the three of you continue to run. Out the tunnel, down the steps, out through the swinging iron door at the front, and out into the desert sands, running for everything that you have, trying to get away from whatever was awakened. And as you break out from the torn and tattered hallway you had made the entrance into, the desert day is slowly shifting into dusk as you run. And as that desert dusk fades to night, adventurers out through the desert. We find ourselves a few hours later. The night has grown full. The full moonlight, it does down onto the dunes. And three of you find yourself face to face with this strange old man, human. He's bent and crooked, ragged beard and clothes. And he looks you one by one in the eyes and says, "Well, what have you brought me on this 101st night?" He looks over to you, Hatar.
Is this normal practice? Would I be at all confused by the fact this is an old man?
If you had experienced the 101 Nights before, you would know that the Marid takes many forms.
I see.
Each 101st night appearing as a different being, a different creature, a different person.
So,
but this old man being out in this desert all on his own, if it wasn't something strange.
So then, yeah, it would hit me immediately that I was speaking to someone to be revered. And I would take the swords and I would, not knowing what he can touch or not touch, I would stick them in the sands in front of him, sort of ceremoniously, jab them down, and then I would remove jacket and I would lay it over the two hilts, and I would kind of take a step back and say, "Powerful one, we are three adventurers with poor luck till now, but we bring you a sword, two swords, one that can harness the power of the cold, and another which can harness the power of the sun. We use this jacket to wield them. We bring them to you. He just steps back and hangs his head, not feeling like he doesn't deserve to be in this presence.
And the old man kind of hobbles up, slowly, closing the couple feet between him and the swords and the cloak. And he picks up the cloak, and as he goes to wave it around him, when it kind of closes over him and blocks him from the view as the cloak is kind of fluttered about in the wind, when it comes back around, he's no longer an old human man, but standing tall, taller than you even, Hazir. The cloak wrapped around him and tall. He takes the two blows and just kind of scans the three of you. Interesting. It seems not all that wait till the last moment do so in vain. Screen fades to black. As we move forward, it's been a month since that day. What did Ekram wish for on that 101st night?
Ekram, upon receiving his wish, would have sat down in the sand and taken stock of everything on his person, repacked everything, and looking up at the two of his companions, he has the look of a man ready for travel. And going through his mind are all the memories of the stories that he was told as a child, of the rolling green fields and the secret villages and the dark caverns and like light-skinned people of the far north, from the traders and merchants that he spoke to as a child. And he wishes with all of his heart to be there at this very moment. And he says goodbye to Hazir and Hatar and disappears, I suppose.
Yeah, and in a flash of smoke and mist, not too unlike our Jan friend from earlier, Ekram is gone, off on some new adventure in some new place. Hatar, what did you wish for?
Qatar had been watching Ekram pack and was rolling a coin across his knuckles as he did. And just before Ekram said his goodbye, glances out the window, and he looks at a wonderful caravan. Beautiful design, sturdy. When he took on his quest on the 101 Nights, he did so with his bandit brothers in mind. And so he used his wish with them in mind as well. And this caravan is his rolling caravan of blessings, which he has every intention of driving around the deserts, pulled by trusted horses, and delivering drink and food to the bandits for as many days as his treasures will last him. He looks back to Hazir and says, after his friend disappears, well, I know where my journeys will take me. How about yours?
My journey, my friend. I think it has reached its end. In my life, I had a wish previously, and I used it for myself. And I've suffered for it greatly. Such despair. And I've had a realization that if it was not for that portion of my life, I would not have met yourself, Hatar, and our friend Ekran. For you each have your own struggles and desires and hopes and fears, as all humans do. You live a different existence to that of my people. And so, my wish, I know you've been asking, is a gift to you, Hatar, and our friend Ekram. I've given him a note. He will know. I've gifted you the lost oasis that has consumed my life. It's there for you, should you seek it and wish for and desire a reprieve. And I thank you, and Ekram. Now live your lives to the fullest that you can, my friend. And with that, he unstraps his snakeskin scabbard containing his scimitar and hands it to Hatar, and turns and walks away, and just as a mirage, as he sort of gets further into the distance, he just sort of shimmers away. And then a puff of smoke sort of rises. His purpose and destiny fulfilled.
And as Azir fades off, the heat mirage vanishing in smoke in the distance as he walks away, we fade away from that moment. And we come back and we see the Marid. He's sitting on a carpet on the desert sands. And somebody approaches him. Appears to be a human man. He's wrapped in a black cloak. And he approaches the Marid and drops the two halves of the stag beetle helm at the feet of the Marid. The Marid says, very interesting. Yes, this is a worthy find. What will your wish be? And as we turn back to this man wrapped in the black cloak, a grin comes across his face as the skin fades into a shadowy black void, and a laugh rings across the desert. And that's where we're going to end the session.
That was awesome, man.
Oh man.
Whew. That one went like way longer than I thought it was going to. So I hope no one's on a timer here. But man, wow,
I'm good.
that was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. It was awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
That was, yeah,
Yeah.
thanks, man. That was great.
Yeah, no, I'm just sitting here wondering what was in the fire room now. What was in there? I kind of wish I didn't tell you to test the iron door with the sword.
I'm kind of glad you did, because this would have been like a 6-hour session. Like we would have to
No,
do
no,
like
no.
a
It would have been well.
two-parter.
I imagine it was probably the other half of the mask, probably.
So it was actually, I don't feel any need to hold it back, because it's not like any groundbreaking secret that you missed. Basically, like it was this room with all these heat mirages that were fighting each other, and one of the mirages was going to be like the good side spirit of the Stag Warriors form, and he was basically gonna like talk to you guys and give you knowledge after you like defeated some of the Heat Mirage warriors. So it was like a little mini combat and some like talk encounter with him, which we missed out on. Which again, I'm not unhappy with, considering that already went 4.5 hours. So another full like second encounter and role play scene would have like made this crazy.
Yeah.
So again, for everybody watching, thank you for the people who watched this live. Thank you for anybody who watched this after the fact. This is a Subari playtest. I didn't tell any of these guys this beforehand, but this was also secretly an Oath of the Frozen King playtest. So
Hey.
props to you guys for being in a double playtest today. I used that to kind of prep some of the encounters and some of the ideas mixed with some of my own stuff. But it has been a long night, an awesome night, but a long night. So we will go ahead and start to wrap this up. So if everybody just wants to go ahead, we'll just do a little bit of a thing here, just talking about your thoughts about the playtest so far, how you feel about any good, any bad, anything that you can say, so I can kind of point this part of the video to those guys to give them our thoughts so far on what we liked, what we didn't like, and so on. So we'll go ahead and we'll start with Keel. Any last thoughts about the game, about the playtest? Anything you want to plug or say? Just have at it.
Yeah, oh man, what an awesome session. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it, loved it. And yeah, good job with the Oath of the Frozen King in there as well. That was great. So as far as the Subari playtest goes, yeah, I really love the flavor and the setting. That's great. And obviously we didn't test out too heavily the pattern magic and that. So that's something I'd like to maybe get in another playtest and play around with that. But I really did enjoy the Bedouin class. I really like the instincts and the way that class is laid out. And yeah, the skill challenge on the cliff was really cool. It's great how it's versatile and being able to pick sort of which abilities you want to do, and you've got those setup options. And yeah, loved it. Good job. And thanks, guys. That's about it from me. Yeah.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you. It was awesome to have you here. You're always welcome at my table. And looking forward to just getting to play with you more. It was a lot of fun. And you did a killer job. All right, Rory, any last thoughts? I know you've played in a play test previously, so what are your thoughts kind of in the second time around?
Yeah, we'll actually be playing the second session of that playtest tomorrow. Well, actually, today for me. But yeah, I really liked it. I actually played a fighter again, which is a class that I never actually played in standard 5.8, but I decided to do it twice on the playtest because I wanted to do some slightly different skill arrangements and weapon flavor. The setting itself, kind of, swords are always cool, but I think it kind of makes spears extra cool because, Wheel of Time, Aiel, running through the desert sort of vibe. But I really had a great time. I love the combat tactics. Every time I look at them, I feel like I'm not going to use all of these in combat, but between riposte, being able to use that on a miss, and when you get 2 strikes, you can use your other 2 in 1 turn, which is great. Yeah, I actually really like playing a fighter class. I might actually have to do this in 5e after Subari. So really enjoying it. Love the 101 Nights. I think it's great, and the DMing was awesome, man. Thank you very much. The campaign was great.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And yeah, it was great to play alongside you as a player in Jacob's game. Looking forward to doing that more. And it was awesome to have you as a DM. I'd have you back in any of my games in a heartbeat. Jonathan, any last thoughts? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Any last thoughts from you about anything?
Yeah, no, like it was a blast. It was a great. Like I don't play. I'll have to reconsider that because this was a lot of fun. But yeah, no, I can't speak on the other classes, but with the Alchemist especially, the wording is just a little bit vague, a little bit too vague. But I really like vague, but I can see how that would probably like confuse a lot of people because we had that little bit of confusion with the weapon, with me using a weapon along with my transmutations. But other than that, I really love it. The rules like lend themselves really well to the setting, and I can't wait to read like further versions of this playtest if at all possible, because like I can't wait for them to expand on this.
Yeah, and yeah, again, thanks for playing. It was a lot of fun to have you here. And yeah, I totally agree with everything you guys have said. I'm really happy with the way the Subari playtest is shaping up. I love how high flying the combat is on all sides. Like you have these turns where you're like, oh man, I just did like 74 damage in a single turn. That guy's totally wrecked. Like I'm totally awesome. And then you like get hit for half your health. You take a wound. You get like a status condition. You're like, oh god, I'm dead. Like it's so swingy and like powerful, but in a good way. I feel like it lends itself to the game and not away from it. Like I feel like it fits with the theme. So yeah, I had a ton of fun GMing the playtest. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come out with next, and seeing the iterations because I think it's going to end up being a super awesome product when it's ready for release. So we'll go ahead and get everything closed up here, though. Again, thanks for anybody who watched. Thank you to my absolutely wonderful players for making this session as awesome as it was. And yeah, everyone have a good night.